the troubleshooters wiped out, the group went about wrangling the others who got away. Of the 4 that escaped, 2 fully escaped. 1 died from natural causes that Cephas had to watch on in agony. He was devastated by the sight. And the other one was brought back with Zash to be interrogated. During this process, the group started talking to Sergeant Knox and learned a few things. One, that Sergeant Knox was a part of an old renowned group known as the Stalwart Six. The other members were Lord Neverember, Miska, General Sabine, so a mage named Sophia, and then somebody else that, just for the life of them, they cannot remember. They also learned that Miska was planning on meeting a correspondence at the Moonstone Mask in Neverwinter the next day, and that Sergeant Knox will probably be reprimanded for what they did that day. After all this, the group... I also did forget to put in here that that Smith was having a lot of strange visions / odd memories that he really couldn't recount.
That's how I knew it was him.
And what did I find out of the library again?
What did you... I sort of forgot what you went there to research. I know you did. I'd have to rewatch last session.
I have a note. Where is it? Where is it? Oh.
Wasn't it about the teleportation circles and stuff like that?
No, he looked up the type of magic. He learned a new magic spell.
Oh, that's right. You learned about the spell Modify Memory.
I wrote it down.
Yes. Yeah, you were looking into spells that could potentially change memories. And from that, you learned that there is a spell called Modify Memory, but that the information on Modify Memory leads it to believe that casting it at a very high level could erase any part of somebody's memories, but that a Remove Curse or Greater Restoration spell cast on the target could restore the creature's true memory. That was really the only spell that you were able to gain knowledge of that really gave you any insight.
Is there any idea if I was under that sort of spell?
Not that
or I don't know.
Not information that... Yeah, you weren't able to garner any information that would definitively lead you to that. It's a good assumption, and like a good jumping off point. But there was nothing in the spell's descriptions or effects that make it seem like that, because from what you learned, the spell removes it from their memory entirely. You seemingly, by getting these little bits and pieces from Sergeant Knox, were able to recount little bits and pieces. So you're not 100% that it is the same spell, but it might be a variation or something like it, if not that spell. So after this, the group headed back to Neverwinter to meet up with Zash's sister Ayani and to learn what she was able to learn. She was able to learn about the Harpers that... why is it...
Oh, I don't think you ever sent me that.
I thought I did, because I thought it was pretty much everything we went over. So I have it here, so I'll just go over it real quick, just so we have it. The Harpers, or those who harp, are a semi-secret organization dedicated to promoting good, preserving history, including art and magic of old, and maintaining balance between civilization and nature by keeping kingdoms small and the destruction of animal and plant life to a minimum. You also learned about the eggs, that they can be destroyed by being subjected to the material or the element of the draconic aspect that is their weakness. So this is a white dragon, this is a black dragon egg, so potentially it is going to be weak against lightning. As I have in the picture there, it points to the weakness. And then the... Yeah, did I? Yes, I did that right. And then you also asked... I don't actually think we went over this, about the cult itself, or if she had learned anything about the meeting, but I will say she was not able to gain anything more beyond the Black Dragon cult, beyond the fact that they do worship black dragons as if they were gods, and what she was able to gain about the meeting is that there is very little knowledge about the specifics of the meeting, that even the people being invited to it have very skewed ideas of what the meeting is going to be about.
Yeah, I think
you
the
list
only
the
thing we didn't get
members
to
of the
was about the
council.
Harpers.
Okay.
Because you said you were going to... At least I'm pretty sure you said you were going to DM it to me.
Yeah. So I mean, like I said,
Which, yeah.
Yeah, I'll post it here in P5 for you, just because it'll be a little bit quicker. But I will say that from what she described to you, when the two of you had that opportunity to talk after everybody had gone back to the inn or had gone off to do their own things, during that, would you have told her that you were invited to the Harpers?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I'd imagine, like, just naturally that would come up, like, why are you asking about this organization, yada yada yada.
Right. Okay, yeah, I think after you explain that to her, she'll tell you that they are, from what she could gain from them, they have a storied history, one that is kind of wrapped up in mystery for the most part, but that they are, in essence, a good organization. It's just that they keep it's so hard to find like exact information on them because they keep a lot of what they do very secret.
Okay.
So but
Crap.
yeah.
My mouth is full. Damn it. So, you sent me that wiki to the search. Oh my god, Church of Saloon.
Yep.
Saloon.
Saloon.
Wait, sure.
I mean, yeah, different ways of pronouncing it.
As long as we know what we're saying. I just went. Well, I don't even know. I read the whole thing. It's so.
Okay.
I just don't know which of it. Well, I know the stuff I think Iluna would want to learn more of or look up in the future, maybe. Like the orders and there's a whole thing of rituals. That was the main thing she was after, and it mentions moonfire and ritual that it can take place during the new moon, not the full moon. But it also did briefly said this church was all affiliated with the Harpers.
Well, yeah, the Harpers, the Harpers...
Obviously, I don't know if the Harpers are known in any, like, whispers. I mean, we don't know that Zash has had his encounter.
I mean, the thing is that the Harpers are supported by many many churches, like Agma, Mistra,
yeah.
I think...
What I was getting at is, would Iluna have heard of them previous to learning this research in the library?
Probably not, considering it's not something. I mean, if you had, it might not have been that much information, nor would it have been pertinent information to what you're looking into. I don't know, because that's the thing. I didn't know exactly what you wanted to garner from
that's what I was.
any of that.
It's not pertinent to what she was looking into, but it might have been something that'd stick in the back of her mind if she heard of them before, or if Sash ever mentions anything. Like,
yeah.
And like, there's the list of orders. I don't think she would have looked into the orders yet. It's mostly this ritual section. Ritual shrines, temples, basically how in the world they... Like, there's a bunch of lists of spells. I don't think she would look into the spells, but might note them.
Well, the other thing you have to consider is that it's like moon druids and clerics and paladins that worship her. A lot of that's going to be tied to that. You know, that's the thing.
Because we don't have anything set in what she keep from this information and what she might have dismissed.
So that's the thing. That's basically giving you that amount of time, you know, those how many hours that you would be at the library researching the Church of Saloon. The way that I'm going to play that is if there is situations in the future where you want to try and recall that information, then you'll have advantage on those because you've spent that time, you know, researching her.
The whole ritual of getting Moonfire is definitely a hugely prominent thing, though, for her, because that's what she's after.
Why is that?
It basically is it's the type of ritual she's looking for. It can give you favor from the... I don't know. It's a big thing. Well, it's not a big thing, and you can do the rituals yourself, I think. It involves milk and wine, and dancing, and she wants an altar. And access to an altar, or
what
it's the most prominent thing in that whole thing.
Right,
it's
but I guess my question there is, what were you intending on doing with Moonfire?
Well, she can possibly get some if the goddesses are pleased by the ceremony.
Sure, but Moonfire is a component that can like make items and stuff like that.
Well, it's also can be better to do it during a new moon, not just the full moon.
Right. I mean, I'm not talking. I'm not talking about
like she's fully aware.
I'm not talking about the process of creating it. I'm saying once it is created, what is your intention to use the Moonfire for? I mean, this is all for the future, obviously. I mean, it is for the future. It's like it's used in crafting magical items, empowering those who are strong in Saloon's, you know, faithfulness, and also for destroying the undead.
Want to participate in one of those, see if there's anyone around who's going to do a ritual.
As someone who really doesn't, as someone who has said multiple times that, you know, your character doesn't like religion, you're really going hard into this religion thing.
Yet she was zapped to the Feywild.
I know.
And needs to get back there. Like, when you have an experience
the
like that, you can't
Feywild's
it didn't happen.
Technically, the Feywild's super easy to get to. You just need to find a conjurer. That's easy.
Okay.
I'm just saying, like...
Conjurer?
Yeah. I mean, teleportation spells are, you know, a dime a dozen.
Oh.
So, I mean, that's all you have to do is find a high-level conjurer that can, boop you right over there. And shit, plane shift is only a 7th level spell.
Only.
Out of 9.
Yeah.
Not like it goes up hundreds of levels or something. Anyhow, it's mostly future stuff, but it's not. It's gonna be coming. The new moon is tomorrow.
Yeah.
Today.
Well, that is the time at which.
But it lasts for 2 days, like the full moon does. So.
Yeah. I was gonna say, and that's much like the period of time where it was strongest, but a few days ago, they will be at their weakest in a few days.
Well, that's what I'm saying. She read about this thing, and that this ritual was done during the new moon. I can't find the exact words now.
Yeah. Yep.
So it doesn't make it weaker.
Are you talking about like the ceremony thing, Stacy?
Yeah. Ritual, it says
Oh.
held on the night of every full moon and new moon. So that is the next day.
Yeah. Yep. More involved ceremonies involve dances under an open sky and prayers in the moonlight with libations of milk and wine over a central altar. Maybe kind of like the altar that you guys already know about. Back
Really
next
far
to the
away.
mountain. Yeah, a
It's a different altar.
couple many miles away.
Couple many miles.
So, yeah, would pour milk and wine over a moonstone inlaid altar and dance while chanting a prayer. If the goddess was pleased by ceremony, she bathed the milk or wine poured on the altar with moonlight, transforming it into a holy substance known as moonfire. So, yeah, I mean,
Certainly there'd be an altar near Neverwinter.
I mean, certainly is a pretty strong word.
I mean, I feel like the one that we already went to.
That's pretty close to Neverwinter.
Yeah, I feel like that in this world is considered close to Neverwinter.
I mean, there's also just a polytheistic temple here in Neverwinter where anybody who worships can go to.
Excuse me, we're gonna pour liquids all over your shit real quick.
So, all right. So yeah, with that all in mind, we are going to move to the next morning. And actually, I did have a question about that. Zash, that night after you talked with Ayani, did you... So, I know that Iggy went to let Lord Innsmouth and your parents know what had gone down up at the estate, and then you went and you talked to Ayani. After you and Ayani had sat down and talked about the Harpers with one another, would you have gone back to meet up with your parents and Lord Innsmouth and then go up to the estate with them to rest for the evening with your family, or would you have let your family lead Lord Innsmouth back up to the estate and you head back to the inn with Iggy?
Wow, that's actually a really good question that I didn't think about.
Yeah, because I mean,
if I'm being honest,
Yeah.
Zash would have went with his family.
Okay,
Because they still haven't, like, at least he hasn't grieved, like, at all.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's understandable. So we'll say that after you had gone and sat down with Ayani, you went and you met up with Lord Innsmouth and your parents. I imagine maybe you would have sent Iggy to meet up with the group.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, the four of you head up to the Innsmouth estate with Lord Innsmouth. Up there, you know, the mess has basically been cleaned up. There's still scorch marks. The ground is still erupted where the battle had commenced. But you guys are able to spent some time talking, mourning the death of your brother, and Lord Innsmouth trying to get everything back to a little bit of normality. And Steve, I know that you had an event that you wanted to go through with. Did you still want that to be canon leading up to the next day? What we talked about.
Yeah, can do.
Cool. Now, would you have gone with Iluna? You would have stayed and waited around for Iluna and then gone with her. Like, we'll do it. Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure.
I also wanted to do something before morning.
Yes.
Last we ended, I believe we were like, Albina and I were on like the way back to the inn.
Yeah, with the two of you and Nylor and Albina had brought up about playing with your Wolpertinger.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to ask her on the way back. Hey, I was reading in the library about a spell that I feel like I've been affected by. It's called Modify. What was it? Modify Thoughts.
Yeah, Modify Memory.
Modify Memory. I feel like I might have had this cast on me, and I can't remember. I've been getting these memory flashes of the past, and I was hoping. I read that the spell Remove Curse might be able to erase or get rid of the spell, remove the spell, and I was wondering if you might be able to cast it on me. Albina?
Hannah.
Sorry, I can't hear you guys. I thought you were talking to Smith.
No, he's talking to you.
Oh. Can you repeat that, Smith? I could not even hear
I've been
you.
affected by a spell. I was hoping you might be able to use Remove Curse on me. I think I might have been affected by a spell.
Let me see. Is that something I can help him with right now?
I mean, you can as long as you have a spell slot.
I don't know if I have that spell right now.
Actually, you do not have that spell.
Yeah, I haven't. Have we long rested?
Well, you guys are on your way to long rest, so I mean, you could tell him you could do it in the morning.
Yeah. Tomorrow morning after I pray, I could help you out with that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure it's gonna work, but it's a hunch that I'm going on. So yeah, I'd appreciate it if you could do that.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, thanks.
Sure. Alright, I kind of got lost in all the talk with this you and Iluna were having.
It's all good.
And then I barely heard Smith.
Okay, so yeah, you guys will have talked about that. JJ.
Yes, sir.
Shoot. I will say that to your question you sent me, when you bring this up, shoot, I need to look at a picture of your family real fast. Where did I move?
It is under characters
Okay.
and no.
I'm gonna say that when you ask about that, your family sort of gets like a little bit quiet, and like what? So let me ask: what specifically do you mention to them, and what do you ask?
I would tell them about like the shadows that I've been seeing,
Okay.
like almost ghost-like, and I think it's Merrig. And then I would say when I
You
was
mean Therum?
trailing, yes,
Okay.
Therum. No,
Yeah, your brother.
is that his name?
Yeah, Merrick's your
Holy
father.
shit!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. It's all good.
And then about the time when I was going from tree to tree and I fell, and as I was falling, I suddenly wasn't anymore, and I was perched on the tree that I was looking at.
I think your parents will maybe kind of look at you with a little bit of confusion, and they're like, with this, like through the conversation, maybe giving you the idea of, stress and loss sort of make us, think things are happening when they're not. Finding out that your brother is now dead might be playing tricks on you, seeing things in the darkness and seeing shadows, might just be, your mind trying to, hold everything together. And when you bring up about how you basically teleported, your sister this whole time has been fairly quiet. And, they sort of look at you and they're like, your parents really don't have an answer for you. And you can tell that your sister is like reacting, like she reacts to hearing that. But she's not forthright with any specific information.
Okay.
So I don't know if maybe that night you would have wanted to pull her aside and talk to her about it.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Yeah. So
I mean, I'm assuming I picked up on her reactions to
Yeah.
do that, right?
yeah, like
Okay.
it was just the four of you sitting there, and you're pretty good at picking up on your family's intuition. I was honestly planning on this to be something later down the line. I was not expecting you to actually ask your family about it.
The next person was going to be Greymane.
Oh, that's a good thought. So when you ask your sister, when the two of you are off alone, maybe sparring down in the dojo, she looks at you when you guys are going at it, and she says, "So you teleported? Just..."
That's the only way I know how to explain it. Like I said, I jumped to one branch and the branch gave and I was falling. And within an eye blink, I was already on the next branch. I thought the same thing. I thought the shadows, the figures I was seeing, I thought I was going mad. But that kind of made it all real.
She sort of takes a breath, because you're like a white furred tabaxi, right? Because you take after your mother and your brother.
Yeah.
Okay. She looks at you and she says, "Would like to test something." And she takes you over to the one side of the dojo, and there's a light that's sort of affixed to the center, and it covers most of the area that you're in. But she takes you back to this one corner where the shadow is the deepest, and she points to the other corner of the dojo, and she says, "I want you to walk over there, but I don't want you to step in the light." And you look, there would be, with the way that the light hits the edges, there would be no way to get in there unless you literally, like, crawled across the ceiling. But even that, there is light, you know, sort of casting up. And she just sort of looks at you whenever she says this.
Okay. I guess I'm gonna focus on the other spot, because I mean, I feel like I'm smart enough to pick up on what she's trying to get me to do, and just try to think back to that moment of when I was falling and recreate that feeling.
So she sees you standing there, and you're like, you know, leaning forward and trying to do this, and all of a sudden you feel her hand. She's standing directly behind you, and you feel her hand push into the back of your head with a fair amount of force. And as you go to stumble over, you know, you're going to catch yourself, as you would always, but it's almost like somebody has stuck their foot out in front of you. And as you're tripping forward, you go to brace yourself and to hit the ground in front of you. But as you do, your hands hit a vertical surface. And as you look ahead of you, you realize, you turn around, you're on the other side of the dojo. And you see your sister, she walks over to you, and she nods her head. She goes, well, I think it's time to know more about your brother. She pulls over one of the chairs that's off to the side, and you both sit down, and she says, each one of us has found our own ways. Our father is a kensei, our mother a tranquil, myself, member of the Cobalt Soul, and seeing you as you are, I see that you have taken after the path of the living weapon. And she sort of, you know, winks at you, because that's not something I don't think you ever brought up to her. But she did.
Oh, no.
She did a little bit of research of her own. And she says, I know for your entire life, you were under the impression that Therum was taken after our father, a kensei, as well. And yes, it is true, while he was skilled in a variety of weapons, if you think about it, his weapon was, or his weapons of choice were that of, well, not so much the way that the kensei work. Our father can pick up a weapon and bond to it, and he can gain its essence and know how to manipulate it in ways that would confound a lot of warriors. Therum was not actually a kensei monk. Therum belonged to a group known as the Umbra. While he and you look a lot like Mother, his fur was actually camouflage. He could change his fur's color to whatever liking he chose. He also, as she like sort of gestures from where you were to where you went, had the ability to step through shadows. As long as you were within a certain distance, you could move in the darkness. Therum used these abilities of his to do side jobs. And she sort of, you know, like, realizes what she's saying. He wasn't a killer or anything like that, but he could infiltrate and get into places unseen. And in the darkness, he was more or less invisible. He also had the ability to quiet his footsteps and create areas of complete silence. And he also was able to manipulate key energy into replicating small mage-like illusions. And she sort of, she looks at you and she says, I'm not really sure how, but it seems like some of that has found its way to you. It's almost as if Therum passed that on to you somehow. But that's not possible. And I don't understand how that could be. But anything, I guess, is possible. I'll have to look into... Oh, sorry, good.
I was just going to ask, have you ever heard of this happening before? Specifically in our family?
Not in our family, no. I know father, he trained from a young age to be a warrior, and mother always had a way with her words. I was taken in by the Cobalt Soul when I wanted to learn more about their organization, and as I said, Therum, he had this innate ability that his fur could change colors to match the surroundings. So he was taken in by the Umbra as, well, somebody that could maneuver in and around areas without being seen.
Who are the Umbra?
They're an organization. They're also known as the Way of the Shadow. They train monks in ways of stealth and subterfuge. The stories of them being ninjas or shadow dancers, they are very much sworn to the secrecy about their arts and missions. The only reason I know is because I caught Therum once and realized this and looked into it. They also are bought by nobles and merchants to assist them in travels, where if a guard is noted, they might call on backup. Somebody attacking a noble, if they see a guard with them, they might call backup. But if they see the merchant traveling by themselves, they might feel that they can go at them as is, and a shadow monk will be able to react in those situations by coming out of their cover. When this first happened, I thought maybe Therum had been targeted because of a job that he had taken. But I don't know too much about the Umbra. Again, Therum was tied to secrecy through them.
Do you think that's why the mage wanted his body?
I think something about his camouflaged fur could be. It isn't a guarantee, but if somebody knew that he could do that, but that was a closely guarded secret that not even our parents knew, and you have to keep this information to yourself. Our parents don't know the side jobs that he was doing. But if I'm not mistaken, you told me that Thunsorn initially wanted our father to go with him to that meeting, but Therum had offered.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. That's
So,
what happened.
So I would say it is a possibility, and coincidence could be an effect, but if this was somehow planned, whoever planned that to make it so that our father was not able to go, which would make Therum jump at the opportunity, is just an unseen knowledge about our family.
Makes you wonder what else we don't know.
Why do you think I spend most of my time with my nose deep in books? To try and gain that information.
Okay. So, my brother worked for a secret organization and had powers that... How did you know about this? Did he tell you? Did you catch him?
I caught him one time sneaking into the house. I heard him, and that is because earlier that day he and I had sparred, and I had been suspecting something. His casual nightly strolls. I had used a little bit of my key to draw forth some of his own so that I could use it to sense where he was. And when he entered the room through an open window, I sensed him and realized that I couldn't see him. So when I reached out for him, he realized that he was caught, and I called him out on it. And he swore me to secrecy. But seeing as how some of those abilities are manifesting in you or something, I'm not even sure how to think about what is going on.
I don't know either. Glad I talked to you, though.
I'm gonna see if what I can find about this. I'm not sure what I'm gonna be able to find, but I will look into it.
Okay. We should still be in town for the next couple of days. We still have some stuff we have to do.
All right. So, yeah. Sweet. I got to reveal some of that information, but I still get to hold on to the kernel of truth for a little bit longer. Yes, Smith. Regarding your message, we can say that you did bring up to Albina that you had mentioned to her that Greater Restoration can also work. So that is perfectly fine with me.
Then can we do that before the long rest?
If I'm not mistaken, she does not have access to Greater Restoration.
No, yeah, what I was trying to say is, can't I do either one of those as a ritual and it won't cast?
You can't. No. So, casting a spell as a cleric as a ritual, you have to have the spell prepared in order to cast it as a ritual.
That's not true for wizards, is it?
For wizards, I'm pretty sure. Let me double check. Ritual casting. You can cast a wizard spell as a ritual if the spell has the ritual tag and you have it in your spell book. You do not need to have the spell prepared. Yes. So as long as you know the spell, you can cast as a ritual. Being that Albina is a cleric and has access to every cleric spell, She just has to have it prepared.
That's why I just have to prepare it.
Right.
Yeah.
So
I don't have any of them prepared right now. That's the main thing.
well, yeah, because Greater Restoration is a 5th level spell that you don't even have access to.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I thought it was the third. Never mind.
No, Remove Curse is a 3rd level, so that one's A-okay.
Okay. But I
I
can
thought
just do that as
Greater
a
Restoration was
ritual.
higher. That's why I remember.
I'm sorry. I misunderstood.
I believe you would definitely have access to Lesser Restoration, which is...
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, Lesser Restoration is a really good spell. It just doesn't remove curses.
Gotcha. So I'll just, when I rest, then... Sorry about that, Smith.
Cool.
That's all right.
All right, so we will, unless anybody else has anything they want to bring up, we will tick-tock the clock ahead.
Long rest?
Yes.
Wait,
What's up?
are we doing Septus thing?
So, okay, actually, that would be a good question. Do you guys want to play that out here before everyone, or do you want to keep what happened that night more under wraps and potentially let the... I don't want to say consequences, but, like, let the... Consequence is the only word coming to my mind. Let the consequences and repercussions of the events of that night unfold throughout the story. I'll leave that up to you guys.
I will say I literally have no specific idea.
Oh, okay, cool. So we will play that scene out.
I purposely did not
I'll play it out.
Oh,
discuss
sweet.
any specific.
So,
So I don't know what to say.
So yeah, we'll sort of, while all that was going on, while Smith and Smith and Albina and Nyla are back at the inn, while Zash is up with his family, talking to his family, talking about his brother, and then talking to Ayani. During this time, Cephas had stayed behind at the House of Knowledge with Iluna, in order to make sure that she got back to
somebody to stay. And...
Right. So, while... so shortly after you guys left, Cephas, you've sort of been feeling this, little bit of an urge, this, in a sense, like almost like a bloodlust. And, while the two of you are walking through the city streets, Neverwinter isn't, it's not the, worst place in the world. It's actually a fairly upkept city, especially where you guys are in the Protector's Enclave. But...
Can I say real quick?
Sure.
Iluna would definitely be, like, cloak, hood up.
Okay.
Regardless of having her lovely new Warforged friend with her. And, like, anime kind of, like, concealed in the cloak.
Okay. I mean, yeah, you could say that you have anime, like, sort of, like, pulled up underneath it,
Yeah, under her arm or whatever.
Yeah. So, as the two of you are walking back, you cut down an alleyway that is, more of a straighter line with where you're going, just because of the way that the roads sort of bend and curve, and the various levels of buildings that there are. And as you were walking down that pathway, you heard a shout come from a direction. Cephas, being of this, of this wanting to do right by people, he the two of you sort of leap into action, and you head over there as you see a man getting shaken down by these two ruffians. They're wearing dark clothing. This guy's basically, pushed up against the wall. They're punching him in the face. You can see the guy's barely hanging in, and the other one is, like, rummaging through his bag there off to the side. Cephas, the moment you step into here, because I'm going to say with Iluna, with your hood up, being that the Cloak of Elven Kind, pulling up the hood makes it begin to shift in color to camouflage you, I'm going to say that you go unnoticed for the most part, just because you're the imposing figure of Cephas, with you has drawn these three people's attention. And Cephas, why don't you explain what you do in that moment when you see these two guys trying to rob this man?
Well, as he's approaching, he pauses briefly just to assess the situation. And then, without any word to Iluna, he just marches forward at a steady pace, draws his sword. The first guy he sees, he takes a big sweep, moves his arm that has a weapon in it, and then proceeds to kick his knee so it brings him to the ground. As he does that, he pivots to the second guy. He runs his sword straight through the guy's stomach, releases the sword, grabs the guy's head, and he just snaps his neck.
Yeah.
And they remove the sword, head straight back to the guy who's got on the floor, just stands over him, rests the tip of the sword above his heart, leans over and just slowly pushes it into his heart as he watches the light fade away from the guy.
As Stacy sits over there questioning everything. As literally Iluna stands...
feel like Iluna would, probably, I don't know, try to shout or do something, but I imagine this has just happened too fast.
I'm gonna say that with...
I don't know.
Maybe not with a speed that you couldn't match, but I'm gonna say with a might and determination that you could not stop. Cephas commits this act. You see the guy, who's like left crumpled in the ground, the guy who is being robbed. His face is kind of bloody and puffed up, and he's just in terror, just like shaking. You hear a squeak from his mouth. Do you do anything, Iluna?
I guess Iluna would go to him.
Okay.
Then.
With that, Septis removes the sword and heads over to the guy cowering on the floor and raises the sword, about to strike.
What does Iluna do?
What do you do, Iluna?
What?
So
she would rush to the poor cowering person.
Yeah, so
she can't undo what's happened.
Right, but you see this look in Cephas's eyes that in this moment, if you do not do something, he is going to kill this man that was just being robbed.
Yeah, she would rush over and... God, I don't know. I'm just trying to imagine it all playing out, like in horror and terror, and be like...
So what,
I don't know.
So what do you do to stop him?
Cover him? And shout... Septis, what? Stop! Or, as loudly as she can. I don't know. Anime would probably fly up and be, all obvious.
So I imagine Septis is ringing the sword down mid-swing and just stops as Iluna gets in front of it.
Iluna's main weapon is her bow.
Yep. So do you want to fire your bow to try and stop him?
I don't think she would fire a bow.
So
I
what
think
would
she might hold it up at him?
Oh, he's in swing. If you don't do something right now, he's going to kill this man. What do you do?
So there's no time to run up.
You can run up and impose yourself in between him, and you risk taking the brunt of that swing. If that is what you want to do.
I'm just, at a loss of this whole...
Well, I need to know what you're doing. Are you imposing yourself in between there? Are you shooting his arm to maybe try and redirect his hand? Are you casting a spell?
Is he, in a rage?
Basically. Use the spell you always want to use.
You would...
Use the spell
I have
you
one?
always want to use. I'll give you the freebie. Use rescue.
the rescue spell that I always want to use. Yeah, I forget it's actually there because I never get to use it. It just sits there, it's dusty.
You're welcome.
So yeah, I guess
Crack on.
rescue,
Okay. All right. Yeah. So you
sure.
you
Rescue
see
the
Seftis
dude who's about to be
bringing
slashed, sort of
bringing
while
down his
shouting at Septis.
Yeah. Yeah, you see Seftis bringing down his
No.
volcanic greatsword, about to strike this guy, and you send out this viney whip, and you grab the man who's cowering on the ground, and you pull him over to you. As you see Seftis' sword sort of like scrapes off the brick and mortar of the building that he's in front of, and it slams into the ground, creating this shower of sparks. Seething almost in a blind rage, you see, Seftis just looks over at you. What do you do, Seftis?
This is ridiculous.
Why?
What?
Why did you stop it?
Stop. He's innocent. Why? That's what you did.
It seemed necessary.
We don't. I don't even know. I would guess I'd be worried. I don't even know. We need to get out of here.
You humans confuse me.
Well,
You value honor and compassion and companionship,
We
and
need
you
to get
prey
out
on
of
your
here.
weakest and take advantage of them. I try to understand you, but your
Yeah.
emotions, they continue to elude me.
He is rescued, but you nearly took him out as well, and I'd be like untying his. I don't even know what I rescued him with. Have this vine. And
I mean, yeah,
just
it's
be like,
just a magical vine.
or releasing the spell.
Yeah.
I've never used it before.
I
You
can
used
lend
it on
my
me
sword.
before.
Yeah, no, you've definitely used
Yeah,
it.
One
you've
time.
used it on
Yeah.
me.
It's been a while. But so look straight at this person's face and be like, you leave with your life. You saw nothing here.
It's hard to see anything. Which way's?
Here, and clean them up, and
Okay. We'll say that you.
I don't know, maybe give him something to make him
Maybe
feel
cast
better.
healing
We
word
don't
on
know.
him.
Oh, has he been in well, I guess
He
he's
just
been
had
pummeled.
he just had his shit beaten out of him. Like I said, his eyes are all puffy.
Yeah.
He's bleeding, and
Or heal him up,
'Kay.
and say you can't remember what has happened here.
okay, yeah. And he like slowly, like trembling, stands up and runs out of the alleyway.
And I guess Iluna would look around to see if there's anybody else.
I mean, there's nobody else except the two dead guys on the
Druid-
ground.
Would Druidcraft give her away? Like to just cover up the whole scene real quick?
To cover it up with what?
A bunch of fucking vines and shit, so nobody sees it straight away.
I mean, you can
Well, I don't know.
you can create like
Because I'm not magic first. I'm ranger first,
Right.
so I don't have anything too special here.
I mean, the thing is that, like, unlike back whenever you were burying the Manticore with,
Yeah, we had time.
you had time. There was also grass around there, and you were also working with somebody who had, like, you know, magical semi-magical means. You are in a back alley of a city. There's really, like, no wild things here. The most that you could do,
I don't know, drag them behind something. We can't.
cast mending
Or
to
just
try and
leave
fix their
them.
bodies.
Like, oh, we cannot mend.
No, you can't. That's right. You cannot mend a living creature.
I know. No. Is there anything that we could use to, like, boxes or whatever?
Yeah, I'll say that
should we-
there's some trash cans and, like, a dumpster back there.
Can he burn them?
Yes,
Or that just costs
technically.
too much?
But is Cephas in the mindset right now of let's dispose of the bodies and not so much just like kill? Because I'm sort of curious about that.
Septis does nothing. He just turns and starts to walk away, leaving the corpses.
So what are you gonna do, Iluna? You're out.
I don't know. She has a moral obligation to dead people, but
But at the same time,
is still putting.
But at the same time,
As her friend.
your Warforged companion in a blind rage is now walking out of the alleyway towards a city filled with more people like the dead people on the ground. And the one that's running away that didn't do anything, that was almost decapitated. Or split in tway.
Didn't do it. Oh God.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
No, she has to go after him and walk him away from the people.
Okay.
Attempt to grab him. Attempt to grab Cephas. We have got to. We need to go this way. I don't know where we're at in the city. Wherever it looks less crowded. I mean,
you know that you're about halfway between the library and the inn, so you got some distance.
I don't know. Maybe we different alleyway and just till he calms the fuck down.
Okay. Cephas, would you go along with that?
Yes, you would. He would say, if you want to waste your time concealing such a trivial act, that's up to you. I will remain here if you desire it.
It won't be trivial. They will find those bodies. This is
I'll leave
not
the
our
decision
way.
to you.
We cannot be found out, and did any of us see us come? Did anyone see us come out of that alleyway? Because apparently he's stomping out there all by himself.
I'm gonna say right now the specific pathway that you're walking out to, there is nobody there at the moment.
We need to. I mean, she's fully camouflaged herself back up, and we need to. I don't know if he's on fire or all ragey. He doesn't look camouflaged, but we need to leave the scene.
I'd say my
I know,
rage has probably come
maybe
down now, probably.
Anime can fly ahead a little bit to tell me if they're where it's less crowded, and we'll take that path.
That's
to
fine.
the inn.
Yeah, so
Unless he wants to walk the river like we did the other night. For a little bit.
He does not.
Does not. He does not.
I mean,
He does not.
does Iluna maybe try to pull him over there, because the two of you did go walking by the river and had talked a little bit with one another. Is that maybe something that Iluna would maybe think like, hey, this might be something that I can use to bring him back, from whatever he's thinking and feeling right now.
Yes, that's why I brought it up. Let's walk to the river for a little bit.
So, if that's not necessarily something Seftis might want to do at the moment, I'm gonna have Iluna roll a persuasion check, and it's going to be contested against Seftis making a wisdom check. But I'm going to give Seftis disadvantage because he's still kind of affected by this bloodthirsty mindset, this rage-fueled mindset. Oh my goodness.
My God, I'm gonna cry.
You know what? I'm in a really good mood today, Stacy. Go ahead and roll that again.
What?
Go ahead.
Remember that whole axe murder conversation earlier?
I'll say in the last Saturday game I ran, I gave a shit roll. I think it was Smith actually had a bad roll. I gave him a redo on that. So yeah, we'll go with that. And the fact that
extra person.
the fact that Seftis rolled 2 14s, that's still funny as shit.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll say with that, because I like I said, I'm in a very kind mood today. Seftis, yeah, Iluna's starting to get through to you, and almost without even realizing, because and the reason I'm going to justify this is you basically said, like, I'll go where you want to go. You don't even realize that she is taking you down by the water. So you guys head down by the river, and as you're walking along there, you sort of get a look into the water, and you're thinking back to the day or so before, where the two of you had gone down to the water and had talked for a little while. And in that moment, you and Iluna are looking at the water going by, and there's people around you. It's fairly late at night. You're listening to, people that are going from, the inns and the taverns and the pubs in the area, and, laughing and having a good time. And when you look down into the river, you see yourself, and you see this look in your eyes. And you feel a hand on your shoulder. And as you sort of blink, as maybe a Warforged could, you hit the refresh rate on your ocular monitors. In the water, for the briefest second, almost as if the light had played off of the water, you see Ludwig standing next to you with his hand on your shoulder. And then, sort of a fish swimming by in the water, like kicks a little bit of the water around, and it dissipates, but you still for a moment feel that hand on your shoulder. And then, as the water sort of splashing about, you see that it is Iluna, actually, that is standing next to you with her hand on your shoulder, looking down at the water with you. And in that moment, you're sort of brought back to, where you were before.
Ah, how nice.
So, yeah.
Yeah, with hand on his shoulders. Say, how are you doing? Do you understand what's happened?
I'm aware. I'm conflicted.
As am I. These are human feelings. Let's go find the rest and hope fate doesn't catch up to us too quickly.
As you wish.
All right. So the two of you are heading back to Morden's Hall.
And nobody finds the dead bodies.
Nobody that you know right now. And so we will fast forward to the next morning. I need to go and grab a quick drink, so if you guys want to talk amongst yourselves for a moment.
I'm gonna go grab a drink too.
I'm gonna go use the restroom.
Y'all sound like you're having fun.
It's kind of amusing.
Settle down, Aaron.
What to do, Smith?
Don't tell me not to tell you what to not to do. I got nothing.
It's your turn, by the way, Smith.
You're up. Be right back.
Pardon me.
Yummy. I got mozzarella balls.
Ew.
Aaron,
Oh,
shut the
I'm
fuck up.
jealous. Sounds so good.
They're so good. They're just like little pre-packaged things. You know, you just.
Oh, I've seen
Yeah.
those.
I'm
Oh,
smoking
I
yeah.
mean, I
ribs
buy
right now.
full
Suck
size
it.
mozzarella balls. Full size ones.
Oh yeah,
Use
those are
them
good.
on our pizza.
I get the. I normally get the log that's like sliced into discs.
I've seen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So good. Just sit there and just like
Eat
one-
it.
peel one
Yeah.
straight off. You know, the weird thing is, I can't even taste like the differences in cheeses. Just mozzarella just has that like super soft texture. Love it.
I love cheese.
The pacifier of cheese.
Pacifier?
Oh, I'd be all
Yeah,
for that.
mozzarella. You just
Mozzarella.
throw it like a dummy.
Yeah. So good. You know, it's funny. The other day I was looking into the OneNote for this campaign and like all the sessions and all the NPCs that I've had in there, and then I looked over at my Saturday game for the Rime of the Frost Maiden, and I was like, oh man, like there's not nearly as many people in there as there was. But I guess, I mean, we're only 6 sessions into that one, and we're 34 into this one. Oh man.
I
Yeah,
noticed
that,
how many NPCs we met too. I was like, damn, there's so many now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's hard to keep track of them all.
It is. Believe me.
I
know.
Yeah, I know. Your job is so much harder.
I mean, it's my job. My job isn't that much more difficult, but it's like occasionally I do have to like look back and just be like for example, in the last session we played, I had that huge expedition dump where Ayani told you guys who all is going to be at the council, and so I gave you guys that information, and I had already a page set up for the council, and then I was like, I just made another one for forgetting that was even a thing, and like I don't even technically have a picture for Miska, but I have a page for him.
Yeah, we need to kill him.
Okay.
Well, you
I'm
need
sure
to
Seftus is
bash
down.
into, like, get his
Yeah.
shadow brother, whatever the hell he just learned. Come sneak in.
Right?
Kill me. You have to, like, conjure up whatever that is, or if it's his own ability. Get to practicing.
Right. Go sneak in and kill him real quick.
I mean, hey, who knows? I mean, you guys haven't met Miska yet, so
Yeah, he might be a good guy.
could be.
No,
I mean, I mean, hey, I'm not saying that
Yeah.
he's. I'm not saying that he's a bad guy, but I don't.
he really has to be a bad guy.
I'm
Otherwise,
only gonna post it in
some
here.
Dead men from
I'm only gonna post
Bullshit.
it in here for like the briefest second. But if you look at the P5 chat,
Oh. He's just misunderstood. He's
Totally.
just criminally misunderstood.
totally, it wasn't just a smiling man with children chained to his clothing.
Well, what do you do with your children?
I have him hooked to a backpack.
Exactly. Mine have harnesses on collar or leashes.
Bina
know?
will make him suffer. He will not have a quick death.
Okay, well, that's definitely a
Good
thing.
rest fireball.
Yeah.
Wow. It
Looks like
sounds
he's
like
easy
it's
to
gonna
come
be.
up just as anyone else is.
10 different times, okay?
Oh my god. I think
How
your god is gonna
curiosity.
drop you after that. You're gonna get canceled by
wait.
Tempest.
What did she say?
She said she was gonna kill him and then keep reviving him and killing him again.
I mean, hey,
No.
like Tempest is
It's
all
a
about
war on
war.
the children that he is hurt.
Yeah.
Listen.
Albina
mean-
has her reasons.
Is that war, or is that just being, you know,
Well,
like a
he's
little bit of a
declared war.
sociopath?
Well,
For the
if
welfare of children, you
if-
will die by my hand.
if we think about it, his dogma is primarily concerned with honorable battle, forbidding cowardice, and encouraging the use of force of arms to settle disputes. So I don't necessarily think he would be opposed to it. I think
Listen, I'll have Smith revive him, and I'll just keep killing him. How about that?
yeah, I mean, as long as she's
So you only have
fearless,
so many diamonds.
you know, as long as she's fearless, never turning away from the fight, and obeying the rules of war, she's good.
Out of game, would Iluna know if anyone in our party could have helped the severely dead people Septus killed?
No.
Also, out of game, I'm having a hard time keeping out of game. That's why it might seem a little distracted, but like I try not to pay too much attention when you guys are talking, and like I don't want to be pulling information that I don't actually
No,
have as a character.
It's fine. If I mean, if there's ever a situation where you're curious, if it's something you would know, just bring it up. Like, you know, if you say something that is clearly meta knowledge or something that Albina could not know without meta knowledge,
Yeah.
then I mean, I'll remind you if I can
You
catch
tell
it.
me. Good.
So
I think I've asked you a few times, Lucas, if like Zash
Yeah.
would know something, or if that's like metagamey.
yeah, and I said if you ask
Yeah.
it, you know, I'll give you my rolling and we'll go from there. Because I mean, think about back to the situation when you guys were first going up against the were-rats, you know, and it was like, would anyone here know about were-rats? And it's like, okay, everyone roll a history check, and then we sort of brewed into Albina's past about knowing about them. That went from being something that was completely meta to something that was in game. As long as you can justify a reason why you would know something, I'm fine with it. But if it's something like, oh, we were talking about it out of game, and now I need Albina to know this in order to make, you know, progress in the story. It's like, yeah, no, figure out a way that she gets that information, you know, naturally. But yeah, I'll always let you know if that's, you know, if it's yes or no.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like I don't know, and that was like a new approach I was trying to take. But I'm like, anytime you guys start talking about something, like, okay, don't listen and memorize this. Just wait.
No,
until...
yeah, no. Definitely
Talk
use
about
the
it.
information.
Mhm.
Definitely use the information that's being talked about.
Yeah.
You know, at any time, the line gets drawn where, you know, for example, anything about the Harpers. That's not information any of you would have that Zash has talked about. The information that Smith's memories were of specifically, that's not information that he has divulged to all of you yet.
Okay.
You know, there's bits and
It does
pieces.
help if you remember stuff like as a player telling another player, don't you remember last session your character learned XYZ, we might have forgotten. So
Right. So yeah, if
sometimes
there's
helps.
so you know, if there's a situation where, you know, you're talking and you remember something from last session to bring up that nobody else can remember, that's great, obviously, you know, because that's that refresher. But yeah, definitely.
I forget stuff all the time, so please help me.
Yeah, like, well, no, I was gonna say JJ reminds me of stuff that happened in game that I, as a player, know that my character probably should have remembered.
I mean, you catch a lot of stuff too, Stacy.
So
Oh man,
I think it's fair for you to listen.
Oh, that's me. Sorry.
I heard him
I
too,
don't know.
and I just had like my microphone. I switched from my phone to my computer. And I was talking, and I'm like, oh, never mind. I had it off.
So good. Man, I don't know how to do this thing I wanted to do. Oh yeah, look at this. All of my
Oh, your keyboards.
no, well, yes, all my keyboards, but no, my keyboard, like my different keyboards all have the same design. Black with a red stripe, black and red stripe, black and red stripe, and even my controller. And
Oh, that's actually a sick controller.
oh, dude, I love this thing. It's just an Xbox wired
And-
Xbox
and-
controller.
That's actually that looks really good.
Put that back.
Psh, even your mic is black and red.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
All of it.
And
Try to wear any other
my entire
color.
Oh
system.
shit!
Yeah.
You're decked out.
Oh, this camera's trying to funk around. There we go.
It's freaking out.
Yeah, it's that NVIDIA. Yeah. So, like I said, we will progress to the next morning. It's about I'll put it about 8 o'clock, and I'll put it to the time where I imagine Zash, you would have gotten up, early enough to meet up with the group back in Neverwinter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was Lord Innsmouth able to pull any strings, get a letter, anything for the Moonstone Mask?
Oh, that's right.
Good question.
Let me roll a d20. Okay, I was gonna do evens yes, odds no, so that's a 2. Okay, so that night, the night before, when Iggy had talked about it, he had gotten Benny to reach out to the Moonstone Mask and to set up a meeting between one of Lord Innsmouth's sort of underlings and with you as the guard. He explains that, he's not really able to get anyone else in there at the moment, but he could get one of you in there. So whoever you would all choose, basically it's going to be, well, let me say it this way. It's going to be 2 of you, because it's going to be you and it's going to be whoever you would want going in with you.
Shit.
Don't pick the Warforge.
Yeah, probably not a good idea.
What do you mean? He's
Wait.
the muscle!
Or you, Miska?
I'm sorry. Where are we now? Are we all together right now? In the
You
game?
guys are. I will say that you guys are all at the Hall of Moradin, Moradin's Hall. The Hall of Moradin was the temple. You're all at Moradin's Hall, which is the inn that is where you guys have been staying since you've been there.
Okay.
And yes, it is the
Pretty
morning.
long rest.
Yes. Make sure you long rest on your character sheet.
Oh
I've
crap!
got
Okay,
to
I
do
gotta
that.
change my. I didn't want to change it because you had mentioned about them
No, that's
playing
fine.
out the
No, yeah, you're fine.
that scene, and I didn't know if I was involved in it.
I mean you know what? We'll say that we'll run the scene real fast between you and Smith, considering you would have woken up, prayed, switched out your spells. So if you want to take a minute, if everybody wants to long
Remove
rest,
course. Okay.
if everybody wants to long rest, those of you that can switch out your spells, wish to switch out your spells, you may do
And then-
so.
Where are we headed
So
after this?
That's what we.
That's what I'm trying to figure out because that's going to
Working
affect
on.
my
So-
decision. I'm trying to figure
so-
what to change.
yeah,
We were gonna go to the Moonstone Mask because there's the meeting there that we found out about from the note. I guess we could go talk to Castino to see if he'll tell us anything about his brother, but
Okay.
other than that, because it's oh shit, I don't remember. Is it Kane that's gonna be at the Moonstone, or
no, it's
is
Miska.
Miska? Okay, so before we go to the Moonstone, we could go and talk to Castino again and see if he can tell us anything about Kane, because we've pretty much figured out that Kane and Castino are connected. So we could do that, then head over to scout out the Moonstone Mask and decide who's gonna go in with me, because I don't know.
Okay.
But
I was thinking probably either
I'm getting ready to
Albina or
spell magic
Smith,
for now,
but
so I'll
We're
just get my remove
working
curse.
on the assumption that Miska is waiting for this guard to show up at
so-
some point
Mhm.
at the Moonstone Mask, at some point
Okay.
during the day.
That's fine. Yeah, I just switched it now. So I was kind of thinking that Smith would just kind of come in and, like, you know, wake me up and be like, "I'm sorry to bother you, you know, but you think we can do that before the day gets started," something like that, you know. And then I pray and then I can do it as a ritual for 10 minutes, or I have to do it as a spell.
For remove
Just wanted to double check.
curse, no, remove curse is just a spell. It's not a ritual.
Okay, let me cast it then.
Yeah, anytime that you're curious about if a spell can be cast as a ritual, there will be a little symbol next to the name. So there's like the black diamond with a C in it. That means that it's a concentration spell. And there will be another symbol which is a black square with an R in it. That means it's a ritual spell.
Oh, that's what the water walk. I was just thinking because it was a third. That made me understand because third levels.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can cast water walk as a ritual. So that's what that little symbol means.
Okay, wonderful. Did you wanna act that out, Smith? Or you're cool with just you tell me?
I'm cool with how it's handled. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, you walk in, bring that up. Albina's just finishing up her prayers, and Albina, you go and you cast remove curse on him. In this moment, Smith,
I'm just waiting for nothing happens.
the excitement is mounting.
Nothing.
In this moment, actually, no, something does happen. You feel the holy magic beginning to sort of enwrap your body. You know, Albina's touch is sending these, like, pulsations through you that are mainly hitting your head.
That's cool.
After a few moments, because it's supposed to be instantaneous, but she's focusing a lot of energy, and you're getting flashes in your mind. As this is happening, you get like a brief glimpse of you, almost from like a third person perspective, of you sitting there in the classroom, and you know, like you're reading in your book, and then the image almost blinks and you see somebody sitting next to you, this blonde-haired elven girl from whenever you were younger. And then there's another scene where you're walking, you're out in a field, and you're casting a spell up into the air. You're casting a little bolt of fire, and you have this smile on your face, and then something else, there's this blink, and you see that same elven girl, you know, now older, standing next to you as she is likewise casting a spell into the air. And you're having these moments, and there's one where you're sitting there, you have your hands in your, you have your head in your hands, and you're crying, and it's, you recognize that was where your mentor, that was the moment that you had found out what happened to your mentor. And you're, you know, in this sort of still image, you're sitting there, and then as it blinks, you see that same elven woman with her arm around you and like tears running down her face as well, with her hand on your hands. And then it flashes again to a kind of familiar scene, a scene that you saw the day before. It's you standing alongside the stalwart Six, and this woman is standing right next to you. And she has, for a moment there, she's standing there, she has her hand on your shoulder, and then it all blinks. And then you're standing there by yourself. And then there's another memory of this, and this one is actually where things are moving. You're actually seeing something where there's an explosion, this arcane explosion going off before you, and you see yourself running towards that woman, that elven woman, with your hand stretched out, and you can hear yourself screaming a name. And the name is Sophia. And as this explosion rockets back, you see her turn around, and she points a finger in your direction, and then everything goes black. And then, 1 second. To pull up a picture real fast.
And this is the moment where Albina starts talking to Smith, and she's just like, "So, I heard about this Miska guy." She goes up for her plan to kill him.
Hold on. No. For the briefest second, I'm gonna put up a picture. I'm gonna send you a picture here. I'll send it over Messenger because I know that's preferable for you.
Yeah, Discord pulled up. However you want to do it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll put it up in. I'll send it to you in Discord. Actually, it's gonna be far easier for me in Messenger because I don't have you immediately there. You see this face, and then the next thing you know, you're like out in a field.
That's not Sophia, is it?
That's
or
not.
Is it?
No.
Okay.
Let me go to my notes. This is the woman that you've been seeing, and this I will post in the general chat for everyone.
So that's Sophia?
Yes.
And do I have any idea who the other guy is?
No. It's basically, you see these two bluish-white glowing eyes underneath a hood. And then that sight vanishes from your mind, and you're now standing out in a field, and there's a young girl standing out in this field with you, as sort of you blink, and you look around, and then you hear this young girl's voice go, "Did you see it, Smith? I controlled my fire!" And you're sort of brought back to this moment of, where was I? Oh, that's right. I'm helping Albina control her fire. And when you're looking at her, you get this almost the quickest image of Albina's, fiery hair being golden, flaxen. Her, her normal human-esque ears being pointed and wearing, less armor and battle clothing and more scholarly and mage-like, to that quick image just gone. Back to Albina as you remember her as a young girl when you first decided to offer your hand in helping her gain control over her, fire and evocation abilities. But not everything is there. It almost feels as if the moment you saw those eyes, that everything you had remembered is back to the way that it was. You still vaguely remember seeing that girl standing there crying with you at the death of your mentor. You still remember that girl casting spells with you. You still remember that girl, you know, smiling alongside you, studying magic. And then the moment you see those eyes, they almost pierce your mind and sort of clean the slate again.
Now, did you say I was standing alongside the Stalwart Six?
Yeah, you were in line with them.
So I was like a member of them?
That's what it seems like.
Huh. But the other guy didn't seem like he recognized me, right? What was his name again?
Sergeant Alphonse Knox had no recollection of you whatsoever.
Huh. Okay.
Almost like you're the member they can't remember.
Sounds like it.
Hmm.
For what it is worth, I will move the,
So how many people do I remember alongside me as the six? Were there actually six of us then?
With you standing there, yes, there would have been. It would have been you, Lord Neverember, Miska, Alphonse Knox, General Sabine, and Sophia.
Now, did General Knox mention Sophia before? He mentioned an Elven, right?
So, Sergeant Knox actually did mention somebody named Sophia. He actually did mention... He mentioned everyone. Because he had said that, you know... He had said that Sabine was their fighter. That he was their paladin. General Sabine was their fighter. Miska was their rogue. Sophia was their mage. And Lord Neverember was their champion. And by that I mean that he was a College of Valor bard.
He told all of us this.
Yeah, that was all information that he exposited.
He was just like I remember Sophia was the one who cast the spell that knocked the dragon out or made the dragon easy to kill or something. The red dragon.
Right. She seemingly, but yes, so that was information that Sergeant Knox had exposited to all of you of how they had fought this red dragon, and that Sophia was such a great mage that she was able to seemingly control the dragon long enough to let them kill it.
He told all of us she had died, but the story behind how she died changed depending on how you asked.
Depending on who you ask.
It was a weird detail.
Right.
Yeah. I was like, oh really?
That's a lot of information.
I know. I've been sitting on it for a while.
I'll tell Albina,
So, I'll say this. You feel as if the spell gave you a brief insight into if Modify Memory was cast on you, this spell has not removed it, but it has given you brief insight into whatever caused these hidden memories to at least alleviate for long enough for you to, get those details back.
I'll tell Albina that it seemed to work somewhat. I'll tell her what I kind of discovered with me being part of the Stalwart Six and whatnot.
Oh. And I'm just kind of like shocked but you feel okay other than your memories coming back? You feel back to normal or?
For the most part, I still don't have all my memories back, but I got a few pieces of information that definitely, I definitely have some more questions for Nox if we. What was his plan? Did he say what his plan was?
He had to go and report to General Sabine.
Would he be able to would we be able to track him down?
I mean, you imagine that he would probably be somewhere near either Castle Never or near the Hall of Justice, like near the barracks. Mostly because the next day is going to be the council meeting. It could be one of those two places because General Sabine is in charge of the guard of Neverwinter, so it sort of makes sense she would probably be there instructing her men where they're going to be, where they're going to be placed. And Sergeant Knox could probably be found near her, for wherever, doing whatever he needs to do. Or, for all you know, he could have faced the repercussions that he was talking about and might not be able, to see you at all.
He gave us the impression that Sabine will almost certainly seek us out after she learns.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that isn't the case.
Impression that he may or may not not come at us like an aggressive. But
yeah, I'm not saying that that isn't a possibility. I'm just saying for Smith, where he might be able to find them is either going to be at the castle or the Hall of Justice.
Okay. Yeah, I have some questions for him, so we might want to track them down later.
Okay.
But let's maybe keep this between you and me for now.
All right. So with that, you guys all meet up down in the sort of tavern part of Moradin's Hall. So what do you guys talk about?
Am I there yet or no?
Yeah, you're all there. All,
Okay.
all of you. Nylor is just over at the bar, just eating lunch or breakfast.
You're gonna say getting hammered.
Just straight chugging, like somehow triple fisting.
He's not been doing
I'll,
anything exciting.
I'll just say good morning to everybody. And
I'm just trying to decide if Iluna would change colors yet.
Would you?
I think she needs to go back to green because she needs to look calm, even if she doesn't.
Okay.
She doesn't want to be as fiery as her companion.
Yeah, no, I mean that
Way
makes
too fiery.
No, yeah, I mean that makes total sense. She just watched one of her companions brutally murder two people in the wee hours of the eve, and you know what? She's just got a spring in her step.
figured she'd be pretty blue.
I don't know. That's why I was thinking. Like, I feel like she'd come down and she'd be phasing between, but that would give something away. She spent the night going.
Yeah.
Iluna, I think your graphics card is dying.
Yeah, because
Like,
I mean,
I'm not exactly sure if she feel calm though.
well, here's the thing to think about. Here's the thing to take into consideration. So autumn is the season of peace and goodwill. Winter is the season of contemplation and dollar. Summer is the season of boldness and aggression, and spring is the season of cheerfulness and celebration.
She's not cheerful.
No.
Yeah.
But I know.
So
She was red previously.
right, because she was fiery and passionate about, wanting to get to the bottom of what happened to, her companion's family. So
I feel like if she would probably feel blue. but wants to look green so everyone doesn't ask her any freaking questions.
Okay, so do we want to leave this up to a dice roll to determine this? Because I feel like there's a die roll that's needing to be made.
Or she just goes cyan.
That's a thing. So actually, yeah, I'm gonna have you. You're gonna roll a straight D20. And what this is gonna do is if you roll, I'm gonna give this like, you know, I don't want to say it this way, but kind of like a death saving throw. You got a little bit of a better chance to what you want, but it's almost like a 50-50. So if you roll a 10 or below, then you are going to be giving into your emotion and not able to hide it or mask it, and that is going to portray your more natural feeling, which is winter. If you roll above that, you're going to be able to bypass that and look, you know, try and betray your true self.
Typically, she is portraying her mood, but it is understood that they can control the way they look sometimes. Some Eladrin
Right.
choose one type of season their whole life, so
Sure.
therefore it suggests it's not just emotional.
So being
I
that,
rolled,
but I mean, yeah, being that this is, so let's see what you got. Okay, no, your true emotions have come through. So much as like you
she
are
hasn't learned how to hide them very much.
Yeah, well, I think she's actually probably fairly good at, you know, keeping them in check. It's just what you witnessed the night before is probably weighing a lot heavier on you than you want to believe it is. So,
have I ever
Well,
seen
that
her
and
this
combined
color?
with, what,
yes.
blue? Yes,
Yes.
wintery. That combined with she learned all this research, and she's trying to
Yeah.
get access to her goddesses, and now she's with something horrifying, so...
Wait, when's the last time I saw you turn blue?
A while ago.
Um,
well, I don't know.
I don't remember.
In game, it was a while ago.
Yeah, it was.
She's been green and red in between then. She's never been autumn.
I want to say that it was more. I want to say it was during the time that Adabra was missing.
Okay.
I want to say at least somewhere around there you were winter.
Yeah, because she changed into fiery when Zash got bit, and she was pissed off that, like, trying to save him.
Okay. I just wanted to know, so if I could RP it or not, because I don't remember. Okay.
Contemplation mode. Oh, wow, those are
the default Eladrin.
Before?
Oh yeah, those are just the default Eladrin. If you look up Eladrin, those are the basic ones.
The far right one, I feel like I've seen all over the place.
The far right one is the autumn one, because it goes winter, spring, summer, fall.
Well, I suppose she's winter then.
All right, so yeah, you guys are all down the inn. Yeah, you guys go ahead and RP this.
Because I'd imagine like I'd be the last one to walk in because I'm coming from
we can
the estate.
Yeah, we can say that you follow up.
I'll find the table that they're all sitting in, and I'll go sit down, and I'll look at everybody, and I'll say, all right, so I have some good news and some okay-ish news. Not terrible, but not ideal. Lord and Smith was able to get us a letter to get us into the Moonstone Mask. The shitty part is I can only take one more person with me. And I don't know who to go in with.
what would be the goal? To just attain information or to be confrontational?
I don't think we want to be confrontational in a situation where we don't know what all is going on in this Moonstone Mask place. We know it's infused with magic, and magic is somehow involved with the building itself, so I don't think, picking a fight would be the greatest idea.
I agree. We wouldn't be able to defend ourselves in well, it's not a well-kept place like that.
Right.
Far too much.
I was thinking somebody who is well equipped at escaping if need be, because I can just bolt out and run away.
That's what I was thinking. I think we're picking this on stats, aren't we?
I think it's more on ability, what we can do. Unfortunately, I don't think Cephtus is the play here.
Boo.
I mean, unless you want to go in there and just burn the place down, then Cephtus
I'm not
is the
opposed
play.
to it.
And so we're just trying to get in there and then learn what Niska might have told this guard?
Well, kind of
Even
spy
though
on
we're
them,
not
see...
guard.
Yeah, see what they're doing, see if we can overhear what they're saying, something along those lines. Because I don't think we can confront him. We could maybe go up and try to talk with him, but I won't be able to. He'll know me.
Oh.
I'm too obvious for a conversation with him. So, I'm not sure what you guys,
And Nylor's just not paying attention to that.
Right.
No, Nylor is there.
That's voice of
Nylor is there.
opinion.
Oh,
Yeah,
wait, it's
I
not
know-
just between you two? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was just you
No,
two
it's
talking to
the
each other.
whole group.
Yeah, it's all-
Yeah.
No, all of us are
Yep.
here, including
Mhm.
Nylor, who
Nylor's just
okay.
Is triple fisting
Yeah.
Ale.
what have
How much time do we have until the meeting? Do we know?
It's later that evening,
That's-
so you have
Yeah.
a good portion of the day.
oh.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna set the meeting at 6 o'clock. So it is 8
Okay.
o'clock right now. So you guys have about 10 hours.
Oh, nice. Okay.
I was thinking either Albina or Smith to go in with me, but I'm not sure. Because I think Smith could teleport out if he needed to. And Albina, if you wanted to talk with somebody, don't you have some magic that aids you in that?
Oh,
Actually,
shoot. Do I
Iluna
still
can
have that?
face step, and she can face step twice.
What did I take off? Oh, I
don't
do
know if
have
she
it.
can face step out of the magic barrier, though.
Oh,
I mean, I
actually,
don't
I
really
completely
wanna
forgot about face
Use
step.
up my spells to be quite. I'm not sure what to expect from this meeting. I don't know
Well-
if it's gonna be a disaster, something's gonna break out.
Right. I mean, you might not have to. I'm just saying, in a pinch, shit is going south and we need to get out. I can poke myself, go invisible, and just sprint the fuck out. But I want somebody else to go in with me who can do something to get themselves out as well. If need be. Or somebody who's good at
I could call
talking.
Smith, essentially, through sending. And just be like, fireball everything and cover Zash. No. I mean, I'm not gonna get.
No, it's
I'm not gonna die.
a
if,
highly protected building.
we'll fireball the
did
whole
that.
building and everything around it.
No, there would be people with high level magic abilities there that would.
Okay. Yeah, and then it'll just be us like 10 till the death.
We will.
Well, we could also have Iluna like outside within her range to rescue as well, just in case.
Rescue is 90 feet at the level you guys are at.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean that's pretty far.
Did Zash get his cloak back?
Yes,
I did.
He got it back from Ioni.
So.
So yeah, I mean it's up to you guys which one of you wants to go with me.
I can go. I'm fine with that.
Men job board. Are we going to work that angle in any fashion for the rest of us, or
Do
will
what?
we all go down there? A job board, like for hire.
Oh,
There
like
is
at the
there is a job board outside of the place that people. Basically, the idea was that the well-to-do that are inside can, post a job for mercenaries or for sellswords or traveling, guards or anything like that, and then, adventurers that go out, go up to their outside can, see those and take those on.
I mean, what did you have in mind with that?
Well, that would just allow all of us to get inside, possibly. And we may not all be able to have a special... Is that what Zash has? A way in that'll allow him a little bit
He
more
has,
access
he basically has like 2 tickets that, will get him in. And... like I said, that's basically with the understanding that one is portraying as somebody who is a business partner or some kind of associate of the Innsmiths with Zash. That there is going to be a meeting there. To give you a little bit better understanding. Lord Innsmith sent a request to the Moonstone Mask seeking a way to get a meeting set up there between an associate of his and one of his clients. So he has been given 2 tickets and has given a description of a person that is going to be meeting them there. So that other person is somebody that you guys know, that's Benny. But Benny's not going to show up. Where you guys are able to go in there and get access to the rooms, that's what he has secured for you. But it's going to be for Zash and for one other, and that's because Lord Innsmith explicitly stated that he is going to have one of his private guards there with his associate.
I don't know if I should be the one to go. I don't know. I don't really feel like I could do much. I feel like Smith's the best. But why don't you go with Smith? I can always
Why don't you go and then you communicate with us outside if you need us?
Yeah, I was actually just thinking that too.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's better. Because I was going to say, if you go, I could just be like, hey, but I guess you can't do sending on. Yeah. Yeah, just hey, hold off on that 25-word message till about a minute, and let me know if you need me.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess it's you and myself, Albina.
Yeah, I'm just sitting there petting my Mim cat. Yeah.
Yeah,
let's
I don't
go.
think they're gonna let the cat in.
Oh no, I'll leave
just
the
a
babe
heads up.
in his. He's just getting.
The cat
some
could
time.
also very easily just look like a hat.
I was gonna say it's gonna be my scarf.
Yeah, or
a fire scarf.
Yeah, that's true.
Just
Which,
around
I'll
me.
be honest, the idea of a fire scarf would match the, ostentatious nature of Moonstone Mask.
Yeah, let's do that. How you feeling there, Rafa? and he
Alright.
transforms.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Well, we got that figured out. The other thing we could do is we could go talk to Castino and see if we can get any information about Kane from him.
Well, apparently we have time.
We do have time.
Sometime.
Oh.
Although, Iluna wants to buy some things that'll help her make her potions.
That's
Just
fine.
the correct, like little, I don't know, flasks or whatever. I lost my potion recipe. She's not planning on making it, but if we have time now,
Yeah, we
buy
can.
that.
Yeah, we can say that, you know, during the interim, if there's anything that you guys want to buy, I imagine Seftis might want to go and talk to the guy about his armor and the horse armor.
Is that done?
Yeah, that should be ready, which is good. I'm hoping it's done.
That and at the library I've learned the type of people she should be looking for. Did you call one like a, oh lord, I don't know, like who would help her with oh god, all of her tasks. I don't remember.
What?
I want to say a divinationer.
Oh, a diviner.
Words.
I mean, a diviner is any mage that studies divination magic. So like Smith studies evocation magic. That makes him an evoker. Somebody that studies necromancy would be a necromancer. So you're looking for a diviner.
Diviner. Okay, and something else to do with her newfound religion that's not, you know, necessarily a religion, but
That's not necessarily a religion, but is the worshipping and studying of
she's
rituals of a
not,
goddess.
like, she's not following it as a religion just yet. She's highly curious and wants to learn if she can get somebody to help her do this ritual, where she can buy milk. And Zash, can she please have one of them things of wine? No reason whatsoever.
You just want a cantina wine?
Yep.
Sure.
No, I
Everything
think
okay?
She would just say she's been learning about her mother's religion and the moon goddesses,
And
she
that
doesn't know
connects
how
with
religion
wine how?
works. She's told there's a ritual.
If there's a
I mean, you
religion
don't
that
need
requires
all
you to
these
get drunk, then
I mean,
I'm about it.
I don't know what exactly. The writing made it sound hilarious, where they get the milk and wine.
I mean,
I
mean,
too experience divine intervention when drunk.
I mean, the thing to think about there is that if Norse gods and Greek and Roman gods exist within all of D&D, that means Dionysus is definitely up there. In fact, there is an established lore in D&D for Saint Dionysus, who was a devout follower of Ilmater. He's the saint of wine and alcoholic spirits. So that's a thing.
Yeah, I'll
find somebody who knows more about Selune and this ritual that sometimes maybe happens on the new moon. And a diviner,
I'll reach into the bag and get a canteen of wine and hand it to Albina and just say, let me know how it goes.
Iluna.
Oh, did I say Albina? My bad.
We're the same. We have bracelets, so
Yep.
that makes us the same.
Twinsies.
Too many A names.
Yeah.
There are. That's. I mean.
Well, there's an equal amount of A names as there are S names.
It's.
Yeah.
We're not very creative. We have the whole alphabet.
It's fine. I mean, of all the NPCs, I think A is probably the most common because of Ander, Adabra, Asdalor, and Ashoke. But S, like I said, S is also there. But yeah.
S is popular. Just any.
Well, yeah, Smith is
So, I guess
the most common name.
Yes, it is.
There's so many of them.
I'll be right back because before this gets started, I'm just gonna run to the restroom
Yeah,
because
yeah,
I
you're
want to
good.
be ready.
But would we just skip over what she would learn by talking to these people? Because I don't imagine she's going to use it by whatever o'clock
Well,
or whatever before.
what,
see.
who specifically are you wanting to go and talk to?
Well, she would like to learn the name of some of these people, or at least find out where they're located. So talk. If the people at the library didn't give her specific names.
Well, the people at the library basically, no, they only gave you had the book, which gave you the general dogma of the church. You know, it gives you a general understanding of you know, of what the religion is. The people of the library would not have been able to grant you that information. Yeah, that's what I thought.
I guess I wasn't. Ready
Sorry, I'm reading something.
to have a bunch of time to.
I'll say one bit of information that you could gather from the night before would have been there is no established temple of Sune or of Saloon here in Neverwinter. There is no like full on, because like the House of Knowledge is not only like the college, or is not only the you know, library, it's also the Church of Ogma. The Hall of Justice is not only a place where people can train, where the city guard practice and stuff, but it is also a temple of Tyr. And much like that, the Hall of Moradin is not only a like massive blacksmithing operation, and but it is also an actual temple of Moradin. So there is not like an established Church of Saloon there, but you did hear that the most significant temple of Saloon is the House of the Moon, located in in Waterdeep. So that is the main one. And while you guys are not in Waterdeep, you will be you will be meeting somebody the next day from Waterdeep, Lariel Silverhand.
Right.
I am going to say that during this day, at least unless he comes back for next session and we can sort of adjust this, Nylor is going to be off meeting with Elia, and that's basically where you guys are going to get your invitations to the council meeting. We'll handle that later in more detail, but I just want to give you guys a heads up on what Nylor will be doing during most of this.
I never took my mute off.
It's all good.
What did she need a diviner for? I forgot.
A diviner.
What's like a mage?
So a diviner is any mage who is skilled in divination magic. So a diviner would be somebody who is more skilled at divination spells and thus could grant you more pertinent information into who you are. So detect thoughts is, one of their spells. Divination, literally, they ask a single question concerning a specific goal, event, or activity, and they can garner that information, but also like contact other plane, legend, lore, being able to pull information from
that was
something.
Tied to Valdara, right? When she was trying to learn that, and all she had was historic information.
Where was it? Yeah. Because what I said is, the majority of what you're seeking to understand is not going to be written down in a book, and that's where I said you're not a diviner after all. So being able to talk to a diviner, being able to talk to somebody who is practiced in higher levels of divination magic, could be able to basically divine information about you just through you.
Good that she wants to find. Is there none in Neverwinter then?
I'll say that since you may have, if that would have been brought up, you would have learned that while there are mages in Neverwinter, the college that used to exist in Neverwinter no longer exists because it was destroyed when the volcano wiped out a far chunk of, or a large chunk of Neverwinter. Because it used to exist in the place called the Chasm.
So this is stuff people at the library might have told her, like briefly.
Yeah, I'll say that, I'll say that if you were to ask any of the librarians, like, is there any way I can learn, more about this, like they would tell you, like, okay, you either have to go to another library, see if the information is there. If it was about Selûne, go, like, find a cleric of Selûne if you can. I mean, it's not that they're not around, it's just you would have to search one out, or travel to Waterdeep and go to the temple down there. As for any other information, you could seek out a diviner, but the complication with that is that the kind of magic that they do is fairly high level, and it would probably cost you a fair amount.
Okay.
So, because basically the spell that I'm describing, and this is meta knowledge, but the spell that I'm describing is legend lore. Name or describe a person, place, or object. The spell brings to your mind a brief summary of the significant lore about the thing you named. It might consist of current tales, forgotten stories, or even secret lore that is not known widely. If the thing you named isn't of legendary importance, you gain no information. The more information you already have about the thing, the more precise and detailed the information can get. So, to say that they could look specifically into you is maybe not the best course of action, but maybe the symbol of your, that you have might be, because, I mean, you're not of legendary importance.
No. But she's got a pendant, and she was trying to connect herself to Valdara.
Mm-hmm.
That's her only kin that she might have that might answer some questions.
But keep in mind that legend lore requires, you know, about 300 gold worth of material components, as well as being a 5th level spell, which is already going to have its own cost on top of the material components if you want someone to cast a spell. I really didn't realize that there's no 7th or 8th level divination spells. That's crazy to me.
Really?
Yeah. It goes right from True Seeing, which is the ability to just grant yourself True Sight, to Foresight, which is to be able to see into the immediate future, which really doesn't do a whole lot. It lets you not be surprised. You have advantage on attack rolls, ability checks, and saves, and creatures have disadvantage on you. Oh, okay, never mind. It lasts for 8 hours. No, that's actually a pretty decent thing. I was going to say, if that's like minutes, I was going to say, that's bullshit. No, that's 8 hours. That's badass. But I mean, at that level, you should just be casting Wish anyway, so it doesn't fucking matter.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why, but I thought I put Iluna's potion recipe in her bot in OneNote, but I did not.
No, it's right here. Potion of Rest. It's right under ingredients. 10 hoof leaf, 5 harlethorn, 10 sleepweed, or 4 sunset roses. 2 mushrooms mixed together and let sit for 2 days.
Oh, it is there. I scrolled and saw the yellow box and totally ignored the writing. Right. So she wants to buy things to make that. Whatever
Okay.
little container that would require.
I mean, okay.
Boil, B-O-I-L, boil.
I mean, I'm gonna say that for the most part, probably the only thing that you would have to buy, I mean, you really wouldn't have to buy anything. You have an herbalism kit, which has clippers, mortar and pestle, pouches, vials. You have a means by which you can cook. You know, so you could boil the mushrooms, and then it's just, you know.
Thinking she needed little containers.
Well, yeah, the herbalism kit has
But I see-
vials.
So she doesn't need to buy anything.
No,
She's
I'm gonna say that
Or we-
with the herbalism kit, it has it doesn't actually say how many. I'll just say if you want to add 5 vials, you know, as I think that is an item, like a vial is an item. Yeah, it's 1 gold for them. But I'll say that you can have 5 of those. That comes with your herbalism kit.
Because that, if she can't find any of these people to talk to during this time, she also wants to buy potting materials so she can try and plant.
That's fine. I mean, I would say anything that you want to buy, we can always handle. We can always handle after the fact. If you want to go and talk to somebody at, say, the polytheist temple to see if there is anyone there, who is a follower of Selune, you can do that. You know, you can go and talk to them. Like I said, there's no established church here in Neverwinter for your, for the deity, but there are other gods that are, there is the polytheistic temple where it's kind of just like a general purpose one. So. Anybody else? What you guys want to do during the day?
I'm still curious if you guys want to go talk to Costino or not
Yeah,
about
but
Kane.
we have 8 hours. So can we do that in a couple of hours?
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, yeah,
First.
but like we can.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I was just looking into something.
Why is he on mute? I thought he was saying something.
What?
Me?
Yeah.
I was just saying, like, if you guys aren't like
you think
shopping
we're
or
gonna-
anything.
Yeah, I'm not shopping. I'm just. I was waiting because I thought we were going. You
Yeah,
mean
I was
the
letting
two of us?
Stacy do her thing.
Yeah.
But like, we have time until Moonstone. Like, we can go talk to Costino and see if he can see what he'll tell us about his brother.
Yeah.
Because
can
we
do
know that Kane and Miska are connected.
Well, I was just
So-
trying to say, like,
That's true.
did we... Like, Cephas is gonna get his armored horse, or his armor force horse.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
And
You want to go and buy a couple...
Iluna's gonna buy some things, but we don't need to roleplay any of it out.
Mhm.
But she might want to go and visit this... Oh,
Well, yeah,
multi-purpose
that's
church.
That's why
You
I
gave it another multi-purpose church.
polytheist.
Sounds funnier.
Polytheist. Well, that's why I'm
That's
asking.
my word.
That's why I'm asking. Are you wanting to head over there because the rest of the group wants to go and talk to Costino? So are you going with them to go and talk to Costino, or are you going over to the polytheistic?
I think we were getting at, are we having a few hours to ourselves first or after? Because these are
Like,
separate individual things. She wants
right.
to do the
I'm saying metagaming.
with the group.
I'm saying
Yeah, I
out of
know.
character. Are you wanting to go over there? Because we can play that out real quick, and then we can play out going and talking to Costino. Because I mean, like the time,
Yeah,
the
Iluna will go with them to
Yeah.
see Costino.
yeah, that's fine. Like I said, the time here is kind
I
of
feel like
loose
there's
for these.
time for all of it.
Right, there's plenty of time for everything. There's a good 10 hours, and even if you guys do want to like get to the Moonstone Mask beforehand, and maybe set up, stake out front to see if you can see this guy before he goes in, even that you guys still have like a good 8 hours to really do whatever you need. So, like I said, we can have everything go on in the day that we have. I just wanted to know, specifically, if you're going over there, we'll play through that scene real quick, and then we'll go to the scene with Costino, because Cephas, or Steve, you can just add the new horse armor to your horse, which I think the main thing that's gonna do is it's gonna bump your AC up to what kind of armor did you get for it?
I don't remember now.
I think
It's
you
so long ago.
Yeah, I think you got because I think the highest see, I want to say that you did shell out for plate, because I think you got the highest.
I don't think I got the plate one because it was really expensive for the
Oh,
horse. I
that's
think I
right.
just got some that was like slightly less on the AC, I think.
Yeah,
I think it was maybe Splint Mile or something.
Splint, yes.
It costs 800 gold. That's all I could remember.
That's, yes.
Yeah, so
I've
it'd probably
rewatched
Splint Mile then.
it.
Yeah, it was Splint, because it costs 4 times the regular price, and Splint is 200. So I'm just going to edit
And-
your horse's AC here. AC is now going to be
Was
17.
Nylar waiting for something, or did Nylar get his thing straight away? Because in that scene, I was recalling, Cephas got his horse stuff. He ordered it, for 800, and Nylor wanted something for 400, but I think he bought it straight away.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't.
I'm pretty sure
Okay.
he bought like studded leather and got it right away.
Oh, he bought breastplate.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
Just some
brought.
type of armor.
That's what he's wearing right now. So.
I presumed.
So there's that. Like I said, you can, whatever else it is. But we'll sort of move on to the polytheistic temple here in Neverwinter. So basically, when you arrive, this is where you find, when you walk up to it, the temple has a sort of like a wide berth almost. Like there's like a large central area, and within it you see across the walls are different symbols. And you're able to recognize a few of them. Why don't you roll me a religion check, Iluna?
Oh, Jesus.
Oh boy.
I want that re-roll from earlier.
Yeah, no.
Give the other one back.
So the what I will say is that of this, you are that's an adorable picture, Hannah. Your fire scarf.
Oh, I'm like, wait, did I just send something on accident? Because I'm like sitting here, I like not even clicking on the screen. I'm like, what picture did I just send?
Yeah.
Yeah, I found that. I love it.
Nice. All right.
Oh, sorry, I just saw your message too, Iluna. The cute. I didn't realize it didn't.
Yeah.
Why does it give me any notifications? I don't have it. I have
Uh,
other servers on mute, but I don't have this one.
I don't know.
Huh.
I mean, Discord doesn't actually give you notifications unless it's a direct message or unless you're tagged in it.
Oh,
I
okay.
do
You know
know.
what? It does keep giving me like
Yeah.
some weird.
That's,
Oh.
Yeah, that's anytime that something pings in there.
Wow, that's a lot. Okay.
That's what that is. Huh. I got to use seldomly used reactions of the bear on fire and the bear with a fire hose. That's funny. So what you see here, Iluna, there's a number of symbols across the wall, but really the only one that you recognize is this one that I'm posting in there, which you recognize as Sahanin, which is the elven aspect of Saloon.
Yeah. So I didn't look at. No, that matters. Yeah. It's not learning anything new yet. So this is where inside this church temple thing.
Yeah.
Because she would have made note of these orders. The Church of Saloon was associated with a number of religious orders. One of them sticks out.
Yeah,
Sun Soul.
Well, I
The
mean,
monk order.
yeah, that's the stuff that is like the different orders of her. I'm saying like these are what you're seeing around here are symbols of different gods.
Okay, but there aren't any people.
No, there's plenty of people, wandering around. I was just describing what you saw. So some of the other symbols that you see, and there's that. There's that. This one, I will say that you do recognize this one. Just because you are an elf, that is the symbol of Coralon, who is the elven god of magic and the arts. And actually, there's going to be another one that you will recognize here in just a moment.
There's so many symbols.
There is. It's because there's a lot of gods that are worshipped. You recognize this symbol, at least the part of it, because that is the symbol of Moradin. This is a symbol. This is a symbol that Smith will know very well. And then I use the other symbol for Sahanin, but this is also one of her symbols.
That spiky orange circle.
Yep.
It looks a lot like that thing Nox had, though.
Very similar, but it's not.
It's not the same. Well,
No.
she'd probably be like, it looks like that one.
Yeah, I mean it is.
Wonder if it's
It's
similar.
very close. This is the symbol that that Alphonse Nox had.
I mean, when it's not one of your symbols, you might mistake it for something else.
Yep.
Cool. Is there somebody who looks like an official person there in charge?
Yeah, I mean, I'll say that there. I'll say. I mean, there's not really a receptionist. I'll say that you see, you see people going around. There's the thing to understand. Basically, you've walked into this fairly large area where there are different symbols, and of those area symbols, you see that there are people over there. Like talking with one another. I'll say that you can see near the ones that are like, for example, where did my picture go? Here it is. I'll say that you can see the one that is the armor with the gear in it. You can see that there is there's people over there. They're sitting around a table. They have a blueprint sort of across the table talking with one another. And I'll say that the one that it looks like the sun, you see some folks around that are, standing there, and they're talking about, like waiting, like really waiting for, Flame Roll, the Summertide season to come around. But I will say that there is at least, let me see, I'll roll a die. There are 3 people that are over in the area where the Sahanin symbol is.
I'd walk over and I guess introduce myself. Say hi, I'm Iluna. Recently finding my way to the Church of Selune Sahanin.
When you say that,
Mostly.
When you say that, so I'll say that there are 2 halflings there, and then there is a high elf. They sort of have like whitish hair. and or not, sorry, whitish hair, like golden hair, and whenever you say Selune, and then you say Sahanin, this elf turns around and says, "You know, it would serve you well to recognize the goddess as you see her." And the halflings that are standing there, the one looks over and says, "It's fine. Selune is the goddess. Sahanin was her aspect. Selune is still the goddess. Sahanin is not technically the goddess anymore after the sundering." And the high elf the high elf standing there looks down and he says, "Sahanin is the same. They are the same. It does not matter if they have split. They are still the same being. If they are brought back together, they are still the same being." And there's like a little bit of a spat before the one halfling pulls the other one away from the argument.
This is such elaboration.
Touchy.
Yeah. Oh, what was I gonna say? Yeah, Iluna's just a bit lost because in her head she met both of them at the same time and doesn't know what they're saying. What they mean by "as you see them." I guess this all started when this pendant my moon elf mother gave me helped, we'll say, give me a vision.
I mean, are you asking him a question?
Yes, it's saying that. So, I read about some rituals, and I was wanting to learn more. Will anyone around here be doing
Well,
any of the one? I don't know what it's called. It had a name.
what, the ritual? I mean, it's there's not like a specific name to it. It's just one of the
Doesn't have
rituals.
a name.
Yeah.
I was like,
That's why I was sort of
a
asking
ritual.
if your aim was to obtain moonfire, that is something that you could approach a situation of, like, can we perform a ritual to create moonfire? But beyond that, like the Night Stalk, you know, is
That's individual,
right.
it seemed. But still, if you've never done one before, or see, she just hangs out in the moonlight as it is on a regular basis, most nights, or at night during moon time.
I mean, if you're asking him about a specific
Yeah,
ritual,
she would mention that she's learned about moonfire, and if you knew how to do that type of ritual or ceremony. All I remember was milk and wine.
yes, well, the practice is that you offer milk or wine to Selune, and if she is giving to your to what you are giving to her, she can bless it. I mean, I'm not exactly sure what you are. Moonfire is quite rare, and while it is possible to create it, it would require a ceremony with a number of devout followers of her. Not something that I could do on my own.
Okay. Have you ever heard of anyone traveling to the
Yes. I mean, it
the
is.
goddesses? goddess is bringing them there?
Specifically saying a goddess has brought them there.
Selune and... Oh my god, I cannot say...
Sahanin.
Selune and the other ones.
And he sort of looks at
she
you
said
and
it
he
correctly.
raises a bit of an annoyed eyebrow when you say that.
Not call it... Oh, she will try to say it
Yeah.
correctly. Iluna can say it correctly.
Yeah.
Stacy cannot say it freaking correctly.
Sahanin.
Good. I'll forget it in a minute.
Yeah. Here you go. Here you go. There it is. Sahanin. He sort of, he looks at you. Wait, what was your question again before I started ripping into you about your pronunciation?
Has anyone ever heard of Selune and Sahane taking someone to the Feywild?
Not as part of a ritual, and I mean, I can't say that I personally have met somebody that has traversed the plains with the goddess's assistance, but, I mean, anything is possible in this world. I imagine if something like that would happen, it would be, well, possibly the, during the conjuring of the second moon.
Oh, what? The second?
Yes, you see, every shield met at every temple to Sahanin and Faerun, the clergy, they chant in coordination, and the confluence of their devotional energy summons the shards, these planetary servants of the goddesses. For one night only, the shards would do as the clergy bade them, most often to combat the foes that were to follow Shah, or those that seek the damage of this world. However, at dawn the next day, the shards elevated one mortal priestess to their ranks before they departed for the plains, and that's really the only way I could see that somebody is traversing the plains with the goddess's influence would be at the conjuring of the second moon. And he sort of looks up at the sky and he says, happens every 4 years, and the next one is in about 2 months.
I suppose in on a full moon. Is it a full moon? I feel like Iluna would know what a second moon meant to an extent.
I mean, it's the second moon is just it's the conjuring of the second moon. That's the name of the ritual.
Okay. Is it during a full moon then?
No, it is on a
You said
specific.
in 2 months.
It's on a specific day, and you actually see the you see this high elf. He says the one this year will be taking place on Shieldmet right as the new moon is breaking.
Okay.
So,
And
I mean, the
you
thing.
wouldn't know what would cause it to happen not on a second. This is an experience I have had. This is what's brought me to the Church of Selune.
And he sort of looks at you and he says, as much as I don't want to devalue what you have maybe experienced, I don't believe you have been elevated to the ranks of the shards. I see no wings.
No,
I see no battlements. As he points to a relief image on the one wall depicting the image that I just put up, as he's sort of gesturing to the 2 creatures that are above the sword-wielding woman, as he explains that the one on the left is Sahanin, the one on the right is Shar, the goddess of darkness, and that the two creatures flying up above are two of Sahanin's shards.
Yeah, she would recognize Sahani then and say, yeah, her and Salune.
He sort of like
That's
rubs
what they
his
want.
nose and he says, "They are the same being. You recognize that, correct?"
Not when they're standing side by side.
They embody the same essence. They are the same. And you hear the halfling from out back. He goes, "Not after the sundering."
All I know is my experience. They were both there with me. And this pendant brought me to them as far as I can tell.
Might I take a look at that pendant then?
I mean, it's staying around my neck. But
That is fine. I don't need to be ripping it from around you.
can, I don't know, hold it, have a look. I don't know, I keep thinking that it's on a longish chain, that it's not like, it's not a choker.
I mean, I imagine it, I generally imagine it like, would rest, like, right in the center of your chest. He sort of looks at it, and he says, well, I mean, this is just a family crest. I have one as well. And he pulls out one that has a different symbol on it. He says some of the High Elven families across Faerun, most of the High Elven families across Faerun have these. I mean, to say that it would drag you up to the heavens with our goddess is questionable.
Is the okay, just out of character, the Feywild is considered the heavens? Because she's not saying she went... I thought it's just another plane, but not a heavenly plane.
So the Feywild is just like over here with the material plane.
Yeah.
Like, just like the Shadowfell is just kind of over here. There is the ethereal plane, which is like, like there is the heavens where the gods exist, and then there's also the hells, the 9 hells where the devils and demons exist. So like the celestials and the gods, they could really be anywhere. But in the very specific situation that you were in, it was that you were in the Feywild.
Yeah. She would reiterate it wasn't the heavens, it was the Feywild. As far as I'm aware, this pendant on the full moon transported me with them to the Feywild. 2 beings stood with me, or visually seemed to stand with me.
He sort of
trying to understand why it would have happened, and
he sort of shrugs his shoulders and he says, well, if you weren't on the plane of Sahanin's realm, and you were just in the Feywild, I'm not exactly sure what had brought you to that point where they were with you. But I don't know the circumstances of what occurred there. If you wish to explain that, I might be able to offer you some guidance, because you see, Sahanin's realm is that of the Olympian glades of Arborea. So you would have been in one of the outer planes, not in one of the, you know.
She doesn't hang out in the Fey. Hang out's not correct. She doesn't appear in the Feywild.
Well, I'm not saying that she couldn't. I'm simply saying, in the circumstances that they had brought you there, or that you had appeared there, I am just unaware of those circumstances to be granting you any extra understanding.
It was on a full moon. We happened to find an altar. We were seeking help with a were-rat fight, curse, whatever. And I pulled out my pendant in some form of hope. And then there I was, in the Feywild, with her, pointing to Sahanin, and Salune. If there's an image, she'd point to that too, but...
No, they are the same person.
Said who they were. Yeah, but there were two of them, right?
There very much were.
This is what she's telling me.
I know. Believe me, I know.
Her experience was there were two.
Yeah, I'm very well aware, and yes, you did have two of them.
There were two, but they looked different to each other.
They did. They were very different. One was kind of human-esque. The other one was definitely elven/fey in nature.
Describe the one that didn't look like the picture she's looking at.
Yeah, that is.
We were there like a half an hour or like a few minutes, and it came back and it was a half an hour.
Yeah, because what's in the picture there is Salune.
Yeah.
But he sort of looks at you and he says, "Well, from what it seems like, it seems as if," and he's sort of like looking across you. He says, "You're an Eladrin. Am I correct?"
My mother's the moon elf. My father is unknown, but was a Eladrin.
Well, with your mother's heritage, you would have some kind of connection to Sahanin, and being in a moment of strife, they may have taken graces on you, being that you were calling out to them to try and deal with the lycanthropy. That is, of course, one of the reasons why our following exists, is to guide the good lycanthropes to salvation and show the evil ones that there is no room in this world for them. My guess is that your mother's connection to them allowed you to bridge that connection, calling upon them, and they answered your call to try and rid this world of some lycanthropes, if that was the case, if that's what you were dealing with, some were-rats. Being that you found an altar would have strengthened that, especially if it was inlaid with moonstones. Where exactly did you find this altar?
It was near Phandalin, but I'm trying to remember specifically.
Specifically, it's close to the mountain's toe gold mine.
Okay. Then there.
He says, "Okay, I believe that is an area where I've never been there, but might be worthwhile to go and see if it is something that is not being utilized right now. It might be something we can utilize in the future. We'll send some folks out there to explore it. But I can't truly give you very much guidance on what specifically happened. I mean, it sounds like you had a very divine encounter with the goddesses, but what their intentions were, to me it sounds like they were helping you in your endeavors to rid this world of lycanthropes.
It helped our friend. He didn't turn.
Well, then I guess.
Pendant.
Well, then I guess the goddesses did their job.
Seems right time. Maybe I can find a way to, I don't know, honor them more often, since
Well,
what occurred apparently is nowhere near common. I had
Well-
no idea.
if you are wishing to learn the ways of Sahanin and truly devote yourself to her teachings, I would be more than glad to bring you into the church and let you become one of the followers.
Well, I'll have to keep that in mind. You said the next important date seems to be whatever date he gave.
So I'll say this: anyone who lives in, it is common knowledge in this world that every 4 years, so basically every month is 30 days, but every 3 months there is an additional day thrown onto each month. So the first month of deep winter has 31 days, and that 31st day is known as midwinter, and it's a celebration of like winter. Then 3 months from there, in the Claw of the Storms, is the 31st day of green grass, and that is sort of the bringing on of spring. So like the midwinter is like let's celebrate, let's get through winter together. Green grass is the celebration of spring coming. Then you guys are in Myrtle in the melting. Then it comes the Kythorn, the time of flowers, and then is Flame Roll, which is the summertide season, which has midsummer. But every 4 years there is another additional day known as Shieldmet, which is a day that is kind of like a leap year, where it's used for fairs and like festivals and musicals and performances and like, tournaments and all kinds of stuff. It's also a time where nobles would actually put on like a show of faith and allow people to make petitions or to them, or to make pacts with new people and alliances and agreements. So that is what Shieldmet is. It's every 4 years since 1372. So I would say for elves, it's probably something fairly new, because I mean you guys are only in 1492, so it's only really been going on for like the past 120 years.
Right. So not something they've been doing for a large portion of Elven time.
Right. So the other thing to keep in mind is that the second sundering and what the elves, what this elf is talking about. So the spell plague which started about 100 years ago, was where the gods sort of formed together as one. The second sundering it happened about, like, I'm going to say, I mean, I know the timeline actually gets fucked up at this point, but I'm going to say it was maybe like 40 years ago or so. Because technically it's actually like 10 years ago. But basically, the second sundering is where the gods, like, split back up again. But, yeah, so that's...
Oh, wait, I was thinking of the time when the magic stopped.
That's the spell plague. Yeah. Oh, God, what's going on with my computer? Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Cool. But, like, all my screens just, like, flashed for a moment. We's good.
But I'm not sure what she's received information-wise from this thing.
I mean, information-wise, you've gained a very important...
That what happened.
You've gained the knowledge that what has happened to you is not common in the church. You have gained the information that there are a variety of rituals, but there's going to be a very large celebration and ceremony come Shield Met. And beyond that, he did offer you an invitation to join the church, to find out more and to start following in the divine.
No. She's not there yet. She probably never will be. But
I mean, in a sense, this was metagaming. This was almost like an invitation if you wanted to multi-class into cleric or something.
maybe. Just have to sit on that one.
So, or any other spellcaster, just gaining your abilities from Sahanin.
Just quick question. Can you divine smite off of an arrow?
As a paladin?
Yeah.
I believe so, because I think it's just that you have to... I could be wrong.
Hit?
I think it's just a... let me check. Because I don't know for sure... No, it's a melee weapon. Yep, when you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack.
Lucky. Okay.
I know JD had figured out some crazy thing. Oh, that's right. It was it had to do with the Blade Singer. The Blade Singer Wizard subclass, where you at second level you basically can like start the Blade song, which lasts for a minute. You gain a bonus to AC, you gain 10 extra feet of movement, you gain advantage on acrobatics checks, and you gain a bonus to any concentration spells equal to your intelligence. And all you have to do is be not wearing medium or heavy armor or using a shield, and you get extra attacks, and as long as you're using one type of one-handed melee weapon. Or no, sorry, you gain proficiency with that. But he realized there's nothing actually in the readings here that says it has to be a melee weapon, except that you gain proficiency with one. And what that means is that he could take a hand crossbow, considering it's one-handed, and take the crossbow expert feat and just fuck shit up. Kind of gross.
That's pretty cool.
It's kind of broken. I loved it. Loved every second of it. But yeah, so that's basically the information.
I was just gonna ask if it seemed worth trying to do any sort of ritual in this new moon. That's like tomorrow and the next day.
So...
Or what ritual they would do during the new moon, if any.
Well, he sort of looks at you and he says, well, if you are wanting to join us, us followers of Sahanin, and you hear that halfling's voice from outside, and Saruni! He says, we are planning on having having service here. We do prefer to gather under the darkness of the new moon. It is when the power of Shar is at its highest, and we spend time with one another. We ensure each other's well-being. Not to say that any of us would be under attack, just more the presence of us with kindred hearts and likewise mindsets, following the guidance of our goddess. You are welcome to join. I mean, I understand that tomorrow is that big meeting that they have going on over at Castle Never, and there's planning on being some kind of like celebrations and stuff in the streets, and performances and whatnot. But if you are wanting to join us, you are welcome. And our ritual does extend from the eve of tomorrow into the morning of the next day, and while the new moon does last for 2 days, we oftentimes have a large feast here following the day as a way to bring back the light of the goddess.
Out of game, that's taking place after the meeting.
Yeah, the meeting's taking place like in like the middle of the day kind of thing. So there would be enough time to go to there if you had nothing else going on.
Assuming, the world doesn't blow up at
Right.
the meeting or whatever happens.
Right. It's not like I don't have it like right up on my screen what's going to happen, during the council meeting or anything.
Anyhow, so yes, she will say her goodbyes and politely. Well, I accept your invitation, and I will strongly consider coming by.
Well, we look forward to it. As many, being that you are of Moon Elf descent, it is only right that you join us on a night where we are celebrating the moon.
I would like that. Maybe I'll bring a friend. I'm mostly thinking what Nylor is tied to the moon or stars, or she barely knows him, but she knows that part at least.
Yeah, I mean, you literally have an item on your body right now called Sahanin's Moonbow, and he has a thing called Salune's Scepter. So yeah, probably would be a thing.
Crash them together, see what happens. I'd even mention my moonbow. It's private. She's more curious about her pendant. Her mom gave it to her innocently, or she thought.
Yep.
Anyhow, she'll take her leave. Oh, can I say during some of this time she tries to mix up? How's the rest work? That whole ingredient makes one potion, or
yes, one potion.
Makes one potion.
It makes one vial.
I think she has enough to make 2 or 3.
I think you had enough to make 3 no, you have enough to make 2, because you have 20 sleepweed pods and you need 10 of those per concoction. Yeah. So that was your limiting factor, because you have enough to make 3 out of the hoof leaf, 5 out of the harlethorn, and 3 out of the mushrooms, but only 2 out of the sleepweed pods.
So can we say she mixes it up, and it says let's sit for 2 days. I presume in her pack that everyone seems to carry with them would be, or does it need to sit flat at the inn? in a room.
No, I mean you
so-
can mix it up and throw it into the bag of holding if that's what you're asking. Time still moves in the pocket dimension. That's why people can die in there.
Well, the bag of holding or her own pack.
Yeah, you could throw it in your own
When
pack.
She had her own stuff. It's her own pack.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say that like it's gonna be crushed or anything like that.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Like, it has to sit still. Oh, it got shook up too much. Now it's spilled everywhere. Exploded. Who knows? She never made a potion before. But don't know who's gonna try it out. But she'll make her potion and decide about that later.
And what time is it in game now?
In game it is X o'clock because I'm sort of like all the hours together to make time for everything.
Okay.
So if there's something that you would like to do beyond going and trying to talk to, you guys wanted to go to talk to Castino, let me know.
What's all around us again? I'm sorry.
What is all around you right now? You are currently
Like store wise.
Oh, I mean general store, magic shops. You know, like it depends on what you're specifically looking for. If you give me like an item or something, I can let you know if there is something around there.
I don't know why my mind's thinking you have like an inventory of all kinds of stuff, but no, I was just trying to see if there was anything I could buy, or I can't really learn. I mean, can we buy any kind of healing potions or anything like that?
Yeah, you can buy healing potions.
And that's an action in combat?
No,
or...
in my homebrew rolls, that's a bonus action. And
bonus
that goes
action.
for everyone. If you want to drink a potion while in combat, it's a bonus action.
Okay.
Good homebrew rule.
Yeah, it's the dumbest thing that it's a full action to just be like, it's like
hard agree.
You know.
Mhm.
But
yeah, is there any way I can look around for like potions and even some more weapons?
Yeah. So Elberos, you already know that Elberos, the high elf wizard who owns Wizards of the Sword Coast, he sold potions of healing. So you could get some from him.
And is there like an inventory? I mean, you could send me this all. And if other people like want to do other things, I can look at it. I'm just curious because it'd be good to have.
Before, if we needed potions, especially just that health potion.
Well, I'm just thinking because like I know I use my 1/3 level slot, and I want to be prepared for.
So, just a heads up, we have 4 potions of healing and 2 greater potions still in the bag of holding that haven't been passed out yet.
Oh, we should probably dispense those around.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I thought they were passed out.
For the
That's why I bought 4.
Well, no, yes, those were.
I thought Iluna had 2.
Those were passed out because Iluna has a greater one.
Okay, because I have a potion of healing greater as well, and I don't know how or where I got it.
Yeah. I just don't. I don't think anyone else added the other standard healing potions because I'm looking through all your inventory right now, and I don't see any potions of healing in there. So, but I know that the 2 were already handed out to Albina and Iluna. Yeah, I don't see.
I've got a potion of healing in my.
Smith, did you need one? Maybe give one to you. And Zash can take one.
I have a
wouldn't
superior.
mind one. I was going to go and buy some actually.
Well,
yeah, you can give.
Wait, can he use
Seth...
one? Oh, I didn't think it would work
you
on
can
him.
give
That's why I
Seftus the
didn't
other
suggest it.
greater.
Okay.
So what I'll say is if you got during this downtime, if you guys want to buy any, You are welcome to. They are 50 gold apiece. You know, just figure out how many you are buying. You can take that out of the community funds. You know, we'll just put in just put in the Discord there how many you want to buy.
And so then it gives you 4d4 plus 4. when
That's
you
for
drink that.
that's
Nice.
for a greater
For the greater.
one. For the greater one.
Nice.
Greater ones are far more expensive.
Okay.
I could
so
use
that,
one.
yeah, I would say let's just make sure everyone else has one so far, and then I can look at the store. If there's extra, I can always take another.
So what am I adding? A regular healing potion?
Yes, because she's handing at least one out to everyone. Yeah. All right.
I personally am good because, like I said, I have a superior, which is 8d4 plus 8. It's basically like a full heal for me right now.
Oh, okay.
So I'm good. I think only Smith, Seftus, and Nylor don't have any.
Okay, good. Make sure they get one.
I'll add
That's
one
it,
to. I'll add one to there.
Yeah.
I just
So
want to have
that
like.
we still have one left over then.
Is
at
it just
that
a regular
point.
one?
Yeah.
Maybe I could take that and save my greater just for like when I'm really dying or something. You know.
I mean, yeah. If you want to snag it, you can.
So just a regular
I mean, I
greater.
personally-
Excuse me.
Don't even consider it just for me. Somebody's
Yeah.
Yeah, like you can give them. Yeah, you can.
Yes.
No,
force it
yeah,
down
yeah,
someone
yeah.
else's
That is
throat,
something.
too.
That is something that I will make a clarification of. If you're drinking it yourself, that's a bonus action. If you're feeding it to someone else, that's a full
That's an
action.
action.
Because
Yeah.
that is going through the process of like getting down to them, opening their mouth, cramming
And
an
moving,
entire
yeah.
bottle, glass bottle
Yeah.
into their gullet.
I mean, they usually try to hold something for.
Well, yeah, of course.
If
But
anyone
I only have the one.
The-
Even if it were me and Smith, you know, or
The ar-
me and JJ.
The other argument here
I mean,
is
it's
that
Ash.
the other argument here is that none of you guys have actually died or have gone down, except in the one instance.
I have.
Yes,
Yeah.
I almost died. I was 1 point away.
yes. In that one instance where I was like, I'm gonna put them up against a bunch of spellcasters and then put bombs in their chests.
I just, you know what? I
Yup.
wasn't sure. I'm just trying to be preemptive because
I
I'm
understand.
not trying to die.
It makes
Actually, I'll go with you because I want to ask the apothecary a question.
Yeah, let's
Sure. What do you want to?
And then how do I do this? How do I add it? Where is it?
You go to your equipment. You go to
Manage
the button that says
equipment.
Manage Equipment and type in Potion of Healing, or you can just type in Healing
Potion.
and it's right there.
Oh. I'm just not sure what else is at the. What else is there? You know what I mean?
What else is at his shop?
Yeah.
I will.
Like, I mean, I don't want to like, you know, be like, I want to buy this because I saw Manage Equipment, but I'm not gonna be like, oh, I want to buy this, and it's like, oh, it's not there, you know.
Here.
Oh, you can filter different things. Okay. Weapon. Oh. Morningstar.
Are we going to a magic place?
Yes.
Smith,
Kind of
come
like
with
learning
me.
comics.
Here. This is the listing of what I have available.
Okay. Oh my gosh, there's an arm blade Morningstar.
So an arm
and it
blade,
says
you
it has
have
to be
you have to
attuned
be
to a Warforged.
you have to be a Warforged.
So, well, that's why I was reading, and that's what made me think for Septa.
Yeah.
If he wanted to look, if we happen to have that.
I mean,
Yeah,
so
let me look here. Thanks.
So the thing is that an arm blade, a great, that you actually can't do great weapons in arm blades because it's really only one-handed, which would be fucking cool as shit if you could, where it's like, you know, the lower half is in one arm and the upper half is in the other, which means you're never without your weapon, much like Cooper in my other game has a rapier embedded in his arm that deals max damage to undead creatures.
There's a signal whistle. Oh, here. Never mind. There's a link. I'm sorry. Go.
A signal whistle. Yeah, it's just a whistle. It's a whistle.
Used for signaling.
A whistle used for
I didn't
signaling.
know if it would like call one specific,
Nope.
god
It's
or something.
it's just a mundane
are-
it's just a mundane whistle where you're supposed to, it's like if you're planning something, just I might say that it maybe sounds like a bird.
Mm.
There are tons and tons of scrolls. There's so many. Like, I
Now,
just
do
get
you need
past
to
them.
be proficient for scrolls in something?
So,
Wizard art. Okay, I see.
I have put this in. I have put a fair amount of thought into this, and being that there is nobody of the one rogue class that sort of fucks this. The rules for if you wish to cast a spell of, like if you want to cast a spell scroll, considering the only people in the group that cannot cast spells is Cephas and Zash, anybody that wants to cast a spell that is not on your spell list, you can attempt to make, or you can make an Arcana you can make an Arcana check using your spellcasting modifier, contested against a DC of 12 plus the spell's level. So if you, for Zash and Cephas, for example, if you guys want to try and cast a spell through a scroll, you can. The DC increases by 3, so it's 15 plus the spell's level. On a failure of 1 or more, the spell just fizzles out and the scroll is retained. On a failure of 5 or more, it fizzles out and the scroll is destroyed. On a failure of 10 or more, the spell is cast with unforeseen consequences as determined by the DM. Such examples could be casting Fireball centered at your feet, or casting Cure Wounds on an enemy. So
Nice.
these
Nice.
are, and I will post them there. So that is sort of the idea. The other thing is I've also considered using the scroll mishap variant table in the book that I think it's on like page 200 or something like that in the DM's guide, which basically just gives, if you guys if you screw up casting it actually has far more reaching consequences.
Now, these boots of Winterlands, and it says requires attunement.
Yep, so that means that you have to attune to them. While you're wearing them, you gain cold resistance, and you can ignore difficult terrain created by ice or snow. You can tolerate temperatures as low as negative 50, and if you're wearing heavy clothes, you can tolerate temperatures as low as 100 degrees.
I'm wearing heavy, aren't I?
If
For
you're
heavy armor?
oh well, no, so
10,000 GP.
Oh wait, did I miss the?
Yes, they are
what
they are
the heck?
10,000 gold.
Oh, you know what? I just saw the green and I was trying to read what they
We're
were,
not.
so I clicked on it.
Yeah, that's all good.
Right.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
I remember reading about them when we did that Christmas one, and I was like,
Yeah, here we
Did
go.
I actually put them on my character?
Scroll
I may have
mishaps.
actually put them on my character.
So these are some of the effects that could be used against you guys. A surge of magical energy deals the caster 1d6 force damage per level of the spell. The spell affects the caster or an ally determined randomly instead of the intended target. And the spell affects a random location within the range. The spell's effect is contrary to its normal one, but neither harmful nor beneficial. For example, a fireball may produce an area of harmless cold. The caster suffers a minor but bizarre effect. Such effects only last for spell's duration or, some amount of time. Such as a fireball might cause smoke to billow from your ears for 10 minutes. Or The spell activates after 1d12 hours. If the caster was the intended target, the spell takes effect normally. If the caster was not the intended target, the spell goes off in the general direction of the intended target up to the spell's maximum range if they have moved out of it. So basically, if you tried to cast Fireball and it just did not work, and you rolled a 6 on the scroll mishap, within some amount of time from 1 to 12 hours, you're going to cast a Fireball in the general vicinity of the range of that spell towards the direction of whoever you are casting it at. This is why it is possible for casters, or for non-casters to cast spells, but highly recommended against it.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see Zash cast a spell.
Obviously so fast.
Why
Like,
I just,
casted a fireball and it's like the inn blows up.
I want to see.
And we're like,
I want to see Cephas.
spell secretly.
No, I want to see Cephas get like, I want to see Zash get like a scroll of, of like burning hands and just like accidentally roast someone, or Cephas to get the fireball spell and it just casts at his feet and he doesn't feel anything, but everyone around him gets burnt to a crisp.
Can you explain the ceremony? Wait, never mind. That's just like the same thing. There's a scroll here. I was just
It's a scroll of ceremony, so it's the spell ceremony where you can perform a ceremony. Such as
But the nice thing is this is just like an
marriage.
action, right? Like I just use it.
So because that's already a spell on your spell list, you can just cast it, as it is. So the way that a spell scroll works is you don't use a spell slot for it. As long as it's on your spell list and it's of a spell level that you can cast, you can just cast it from the scroll as is. So if you wanted to cast ceremony without using a spell slot, you can just bam. Now, it takes an hour to cast that particular spell, so that's kind of a special case.
And this one says a remove curse cast on the target ends this spell early. So, like, I could have put that on if Smith were my enemy or whatever.
For which one?
Oh, Hex. I'm sorry, I'm on
Oh,
Hex.
okay, yeah. Hex is that,
it says for Warlocks. Never mind.
Again, you can try to cast it. The idea
then I'll Hex myself.
potentially, but
exactly.
you could definitely try. Smith, for example, I mean, you have a +3 to your wisdom, which is your spellcasting modifier, so you would, roll against that. Smith has a +4 to his intelligence. He would roll against that. You're rolling against your own spellcasting modifier, so the way that I did this was, if you're casting a first level spell, you're rolling a DC 13. So that means at minimum, somebody like Smith could never roll less than a 5. So he's missing it by 8. He's not missing it by 10. There's no way Smith could critically fail and get a mishap on a first or second level spell. So like the higher your intelligence or your spellcasting modifier is, the better you are at casting spells in general.
My spellcasting modifier, because I
wisdom.
think it's...
Yours is a +3.
Oh, wisdom. Okay.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Clerics of wisdom.
And so this is everything,
Do we
like
want any of
everything we have available right now.
This is everything that Elberos has available. I'm gonna say, like, the nightstand, the desk, stuff like that, is whatever. There's no need for any of that, but like, he has, because of the way that I set up Wizards of the Sword Coast, it has a rotating inventory every day with all the other shops along the Sword Coast under the same name. So, stuff rotates in and out of there every day. This is the stuff that he has available today.
Save me those boots of Winterlands. In like a decade, Albina's coming back for them. She likes them, okay? She's like, oh, this is like complete opposite of me, but I can wear it with my heavy armor and walk through on the snow.
The thing to understand about heavy clothes, there's a difference between heavy clothes and heavy armor. Heavy armor is going to increase your defense. heavy clothes, also just known as
Slows me down.
warm weather clothing or
Winter-
cold weather clothing,
winter clothing.
it allows you to not feel the effects of cold weather when you're up in the mountains. I mean, hey, not a bad idea considering through everything that you guys have gained, you're probably going to have to go up onto a snow-covered mountain to deal with the white dragon in Phandalin. So, probably
All I
not
know is I'm saving all my money. I'm not buying anything, but I'd
Okay.
like some boots of Winterlands
in the
one
future.
of these days here.
I mean,
Do we want any of these scrolls then?
I think the potion of
Non-
mind reading could come in handy.
And the
Where
mind,
do you see?
yes,
Oh,
a potion of mind.
oh,
reading,
mind reading.
and then there's
That
where
was
is
yeah,
it?
that was the big one that I was looking at.
And there's is it a scroll of non-detection? You hide a target that you touch. I mean, it's a scroll. I don't know who can use this, or if we want to risk ridiculous shit happening on a rolling table. But
Did he read
you
what the
hide a
spell
target
does?
that you touch
Yeah.
from
So there's
divination
two
magic. I'm
scrolls of
sorry.
entangle, but they're both for druids, so never mind. Okay, then I could still do that thing, but it's okay.
I'm sorry. Did Smith ask a question?
yeah, what do you...
No, we're good.
Okay.
I just want the potion of mind reading. If that's okay.
Yeah, I actually think that'd be really good for what we're about to go do.
I will...
Do you want to hold on to it?
Huh?
Are you talking about taking it to the Moonstone place?
Is
What's it
that
called?
what you were talking about?
I kind of just wanted it for personal reasons.
Oh, I thought you were talking about
We're
for
talking about
like
for the
spying on
King
Miska
Smith.
coming up.
Oh,
I
jeez.
thought you were talking about for Miska. I was like, holy shit, that's actually a really good idea.
That is a really good idea.
Now we have to
I was
fight
looking
over
at this spear. I'll be honest.
The vicious
I want
spear.
a fire spear. Yeah.
Well,
Gonna paint it.
the way the vicious spear works is that when you roll a crit, the target takes an additional 7 points of damage.
I like this spear.
I want it.
I know, but I don't know how much. I don't have enough gold. Well, I do. I don't. But at the same time, I don't know if I don't know. Is it? I don't have to attune to it.
Didn't
I'm
you
not-
just get a weapon?
That dancing rapier, but it doesn't do
Emma
too
just wants
much.
to collect all the weapons.
My Goblin's Bane. I haven't been able to get any more Goblin Souls lately, and these dancing rapiers, they're a bonus action. I have to move them everywhere I go. I mean, they're great. Don't get me wrong. I just want to walk in with my Spirit Guardians and start shooting spears through people's, and get them. All I want. Just think of Tempest. No.
I mean, we still have the Dragon Slayer sword too.
Wait, what? Where's this Dragon Slayer sword?
That's the one that
In my
Yeah.
inventory.
it's the one that you guys got from the
Yeah.
Dragon Barrow.
When did that happen?
It's honestly, it's not that good of a sword unless you're going up against
Right.
a dragon.
Yeah.
Oh, well, okay.
Yeah.
I just think about people.
Oops.
It's
like Miska.
like it is a magic weapon, so you do get a +1 on it. But
Mhm.
when you hit a dragon with it, it deals an extra 3d6 points of slashing damage.
Hmm.
So, I mean, it technically is slightly better than your Goblin's Bane and your Dancing Rapier, only because it's a magic one that gives you a +1. Whereas your Goblin's Bane is technically magical, but it's only magical to the degree that it can hold souls of goblins, and your Dancing Rapier is just magical because it's a magic item.
Oh yeah, I have my short bow. I guess that's. I was thinking more for range because I don't want to be. I'm trying to avoid getting.
Well, you have your
All at once.
cantrips and stuff too.
Yeah.
Hmm?
No, I'm just thinking like if I'm out of cantrips not cantrips.
Can't run out of cantrips.
Cantrips don't run out.
Yeah.
But what cantrips do I have? Let's see.
I mean, you got
Sacred Flame, Produce Flame, Forge Elemental Weapon, Mending, Word of
honestly, my-
Radiance.
Sacred Flame and Produce Flame, I don't really...
Produce flame is you create a fireball and you poof it
just
at somebody. Sacred flame is radiant energy that you're calling down onto an enemy, and they have to avoid that.
Oh, it's radiant damage, that's right.
Right. Even though it's called
I don't know
sacred
what's-
flame, it's not
Oh,
flame.
that always confuses me.
I did
yeah, that's
update.
why.
I did update the price if you guys are buying the potion of mind reading. I did update your current money in there, so if somebody wants to add that, if you guys were intending on getting that.
I can add it to the potions list, and then we can figure out what to do with it later.
Okay.
You know, I was just interested in looking and seeing, because I really didn't look the last time. I kind of just went through quickly. But yeah, I think I'm okay for now.
Alright, I added that for you.
I think Smith can hold on to
So
the potion of mind reading for now.
Yeah, you spoke up first.
No? What?
Are we going to this
No.
place together?
I've already given it to Zash. We decided
Well-
he's gonna put it in the bag of holding. Smith just wants to use it to spy on people.
Well, no, Smith. I think Smith is looking at it in a different sense.
Well,
I
I don't
mean,
know.
it's
Smith spoke up about it first, so
I- the
I
main-
feel like
yeah.
it's all
I mean,
fault.
I'll leave it up to you guys. I mean, the main thing that it does is it allows you to cast detect thoughts. So. Which, I mean, that's, like I said,
So
that's a
how
really
do
good way of.
You can.
No, yeah, it was a misunderstanding on I thought he was talking about for the thing. If he wants it for personal reasons, like, yeah, he spoke up first, so
Mhm.
all
He
you.
can pay with it with his own money
Mhm.
for personal uses.
Well,
I actually don't have enough money for
I mean,
personal reasons.
your group funding is there for a reason, so that you guys, can buy the stuff that you want. You have
Do we
you
know
have
what
almost
fighting?
6,000 gold.
Mm-hmm.
So how does the scrolls work again?
So the scrolls work by you, if you have the scroll, if the spell you're trying to cast is on your spell list, you can just cast it as is. You just don't use a spell slot. You just use the scroll, and the scroll poofs away in arcane dust. If it's not on your spell list, for example, if you wanted to cast levitate, and you can cast second level spells, which you can, you would make a DC 14 Arcana check using your spellcasting modifier. So for you, that is wisdom. So you would have to roll at least a 12 to cast that spell appropriately. If you cast it at if you only rolled a 7 and you got a 9, the spell does not cast and the scroll is destroyed. If you cast it and technically you couldn't roll, or no, you could. If you rolled a 1 or a 2, then you cast the spell with a difference of 10 or more. The spell will cast, but I will roll on that scroll mishap page.
But do we want any of the other scrolls? There's non-detection. Who can do that? Oh, look, I can do that one even.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which that's yeah.
But that you hide a target that you touch from. Oh,
Divination magic. So this way, if you didn't want somebody reading your mind, then you could cast that on somebody. That actually might not be the worst idea if you guys are going into a place where highfalutin and also potentially, nefarious dealings are going on. Casting this on somebody would mean that somebody that's trying to read your mind would not be able to.
that's sort of what I was thinking. And then the clairvoyance one.
That allows you to cast.
Oh
That allows you to, create a sensor somewhere in a location that you can either see through or hear through. So, but keep in mind, a creature that has see invisibility or true sight, they can see this like, you know, intangible orb like floating around there. So
we could get trouble with that one a bit.
If they can see it, yes.
But how much is the non-detection?
400. Both of them are 400.
Oh, they're kind of pricey, but not too bad. Considering the outrageous prices some things can be.
60,000 gold for a war pick of warning.
I want it.
No.
Where did you see that?
It's down there.
Is it war pick?
Yep.
Oh, it's at the very bottom. Yeah. That's actually what I looked at. I was like, I'm gonna save up for that one, but then I decided I'd rather have those boots.
Yeah, you get advantage on initiative rolls, and you and any of your companions within 30 feet of you can't be surprised, except when incapacitated by something other than non-magical sleep. The weapon magically wakes you and your companions within 30 feet if you're all sleeping naturally when combat begins. So it's very good to just like have in the camp when you guys are resting, because it will wake you up, and then you can all long rest and nobody has to take watch again.
If you didn't have 2 elves in a warforge.
Mm-hmm.
Where's
I
our
got y'all.
party information in the one note that says what we have?
It's under treasure and equipment.
Treasure.
Oh, mishap table. Just
I'll keep my
don't
black
anyhow.
razor.
If nobody is interested in it was just a suggestion, the scroll of non-detection. I think it's a good one, but I don't think Iluna's going in there and isn't going to influence.
Let me read it.
I'm not going to force y'all to be non-detected.
That's not really good for me. I'd have to roll. I don't want. I'd rather not waste 400 gold on something that's not going to work on me properly. So.
What do you mean not work on you?
If you
don't
click
have
on
to-
it, it says who it's available for, and I don't want to have to do that roll. That's what I mean.
No.
What,
but-
for non-detection?
Ranger or
Yeah.
Yeah.
a ranger or a wizard can cast it on.
A ranger or a wizard can cast that. So now Smith could cast that. Iluna, you could not, because it's a 3rd level spell and you only have access to 2nd.
Yeah,
But if
not that
if
high.
Smith wanted to, he could cast that since he can cast 3rd level spells.
If
It wouldn't
we wanted
wouldn't waste
to-
a spell slot.
Right.
Well, I'm just trying to think. Okay, 'cause I didn't want to waste 400 gold. I was thinking I had to be the one to cast it on myself.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Smith.
I don't think we'll really need it. I mean,
But
what are
it's
the
just a
odds? That...
Suggestion.
I know. I don't think
I
we've
like
really
your-
run into too much of being magically perceived, though. I could be wrong, but I don't think we run into that too often.
Yeah, it only protects against divination and then like scries, which scry isn't too big of an issue right now.
I was thinking it was something that we could use for the party, but no, it's not. I just clicked on it to read it.
I mean, I will say that you guys would, I mean, for what you guys are trying to do, I mean, there's a fair amount in here they're pretty good, but I think that potion of mind reading and that scroll of clairvoyance probably your better bets.
Where's the scroll of clairvoyance? Am I blind, you guys?
It's right there where it says scroll of clairvoyance.
Oh, it's in green. You know what? That's why if I didn't see it, I couldn't tell it said scroll.
Yep. So that's the one that creates the invisible sensor, within a mile of you, but it has to be a place that you have seen or visited, or in an obvious location that is unfamiliar to you, such as behind a door, around a corner, in a grove of trees.
We should get that. I like that.
So,
And that worked for all of us for 10 minutes. No.
No, that's
For
gonna
like
be
a mile.
That's gonna be for
oh.
the person that casts it. So, like for example, a cleric or a wizard can cast it. So if Smith wanted to cast it, if theoretically, if you when Albina and Zash go in, if they find the room that Miska is holding his meeting in, you could be standing outside that door, cast clairvoyance on the inside, create the sensor, and you could choose either sight or hearing, and either see who's in there or hear what's going on in there.
I could
Yeah.
come in.
Okay.
That would be really good.
Yeah, let's get that. And Smith, you want to hold on to that?
Sure.
No, I think you hold on to it because you're going in with
Yeah.
me.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was him that he said he walked up to the door and he could see inside. I know
Right.
what you mean.
Yeah,
because
you're-
we're going inside.
Yeah. He won't be able to see in the room because he's not going in the Moonstone Mask
but I
with
could
us.
be like, wait, I don't understand then.
So
thought that
basically,
meant-
So
third person.
you and I are going into the Moonstone Mask. So if we see Miska go into like a back room and then close the door, you'll be able to use that scroll to cast clairvoyance to either see or hear within that room.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, I thought it was the like if we had gone in there and for some reason I was thinking Smith would be able to see because I was in there.
yeah,
Never
that
mind.
would be a badass
But-
ability. I mean, technically,
Yeah, okay.
technically,
I
there
guess he could
are-
scry on you and then.
I mean, there's also just the
I willingly let him scry.
there's also just the crystal balls, which allow you to cast scry. So
Okay, I think we should get
Those
that
are
clairvoyance
expensive,
spell
though.
then
Yeah, I think.
and take that in with us.
Yeah,
Either
it
you, I
looks
can
like
hold it.
Lucas already yoinked it. So
I already adjusted your gold. So
yeah.
if Albina,
Said
if
you bought it.
Albina,
Yeah,
if
I'll
you
throw
want
it
to
in there.
add that to your equipment.
Nice. That's amazing. You remember when I first started, you guys? I'm just the out of game.
I mean, it's,
insert here.
I mean, arguably the last few sessions have been, off and on with scheduling, so it's no big deal.
How I didn't I think I was gonna, yeah, I spent like 175 on my, what was it? On my Mimcat, something like that. And I'm like, it's only 175 bucks, whatever. No,
Yeah.
it's gold.
I mean,
And then I realized what.
here's the thing. Here's the reality I want you to think about. Keep in mind, 1 gold is roughly equivalent to $100. Okay, but the
Oh.
the
where
one
can I find this?
so when was 100?
I can't find that scroll. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're just gonna search up
Clairvoyance?
so no, what you'll do is since the scroll of clairvoyance, let me pull that back up again. Yeah, so clairvoyance is a 3rd level spell. So the easiest way to do this, go under your equipment, hit manage equipment, and type in spell scroll. Okay? And then you're going to find one that it's spell scroll 3rd level. And you're going to add that to your inventory.
Put a note. Okay.
And then yes, just when you click it, hit customize and change the name to clairvoyance.
Okay.
That
thanks.
is the easiest way to do that, for future reference to anyone else.
Nice. Okay.
But yeah, I'm trying to close that. I have like 50,000 windows open up on my screen right now.
Should I can copy the link of Scroll of Clairvoyance and put it in my notes there?
No, you don't
or-
have to. So what that'll do is when you want to cast it, you'll just use that. You'll just use that scroll. You'll remove that scroll, and then I can just pull it up in like 2 seconds.
Okay. Yeah, that's perfect.
So, yep.
And then when I type that in, I don't have to do anything else. It just saves.
Yeah, as long as you just
okay.
as you just click like off to the side once
Okay, good.
have it. So
Now I have a diamond. It says 5,000 gold pieces. I thought there were 2,000. Did I get?
no, it's 5,000. It's a diamond.
No, it's 5.
Oh, okay. We still have gems to like sell. We should get our money, you guys. Let's get this money and go shopping. Money, 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 money.
Oh man, just selling all of it.
The only thing I wanted to do is I wanted to ask about the brownish silver liquid mystery potion that we have.
I
'Cause
saw that earlier.
I know the reddish orange one is the one that Adabra took, so we know what that does. But we have no idea what the brownish silver liquid does.
Should look that up in the library.
No, yeah, you know. Wait, brownish silver?
I don't know, because if I did, I would have wrote it down.
When did you get those?
A while ago. I don't remember what we got.
Wait,
them
were
from.
those the ones that you guys skyped from Adabra's house?
No.
No.
It's not.
This was after the whole Adabra thing, because I have written down here the reddish orange potion is the one Adabra took when P5 saved her.
Yes.
So this was long after.
Actually, because I have in mind you had 3 potions. There was the red one, which was there was a red one, there was a yellow one, and a silvery one. Those were the ones that I had written down. But the silvery one was the one that you gave to her to save her, because that was the one that was the frost giant strength, because that was the only way that she was able to move, was you basically gave her, her muscles expanded and basically straightened out her bones for a period of time.
Then what's the reddish orange one?
If it's reddish,
because that's what I have written down. The reddish orange potion is the one Adabra took to save that Adabra took when we saved her.
So
I don't have anything written down for the brownish silver liquid.
2 mystery.
And then we have the stone giant potion.
I think you guys bought that one.
I thought we got these from something or someone.
Trying to
I don't remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure we didn't buy these. We either found them or they were given to us.
Oh, you know what?
What are you guys talking about? Sorry.
Oh, you know
potions that we have.
I think it's literally the fact that there's from what I'm trying to think of, I think there's literally just the misprint of a comma. Because I gave you guys, there was 3 potions there in Adabra's shop. There was yellow, silver, and red. The silver one is the frost giant strength, which is what you guys fed her that allowed her to move. The other one, the other 2 that you have not learned the effects was of a yellow fluid streaked with black and that swirls on its own. And the red in the potion's liquid continuously expands from a tiny bead of to color the clear liquid around it, then contracts. So it's kind of like a...
I remember the yellow black. I was gonna say one looked like a bee.
Yeah.
My head.
So, I mean,
Where are we on the map?
I'll say that if you want to ask Elberos, he might be for Fee, or Smith.
I don't know. I don't know how there was such a disconnect between what I wrote down and because I personally don't think that's right because of what I have written down, but
I don't know. I mean, that was
because I remember those potions, right? I remember the colorations, but we had 2 mystery potions. That's what I have written down. 2 mystery potions, brownish silver liquid, and then I don't know. We can just talk about it later because I don't want to take up too much time on this.
No, it's all good. Yeah, I'm thinking.
Then a stone giant, which I'm almost positive we didn't buy it because I don't ever remember buying a potion unless it was bought when I wasn't here.
I mean, unless you guys found it along the way. That could be the other thing.
That's what I thought it was. I thought we found like 3 potions, and we knew what the stone giant one was, and we knew what the reddish orange one was because we used that on Adabra, and that's what you had told us.
We took 3
I don't remember any of
potions
this.
and
I'm sorry.
you showed them to Adabra. We're like, we have these. We took them from your place
Right,
because
and-
we were gonna save you.
And she
she
pointed
picked
to
one.
them.
Would help her
Yeah.
the most. Well, tried to point to, but I feel like it's superfluous type of information.
Yeah, see,
right
I'm
now.
not 100% on, because like I said, I know in my notes I have something different, and I know there was.
I know I have. I don't know what session it was. It was so long ago.
I don't.
But I know I have lots of notes
There-
about the Adabra thing.
There literally used to be a thing in OneNote that was the history tab, and it allowed you to go back to versions of it. Ah, I found it.
I saw it. You have to click on them.
Yeah.
You have to click.
So it only goes back as far as December 17th. Shit, which it already has them there at that point.
That was so long ago. It would have been session like 4.
I mean, December
6 maybe.
December 17th would have been around the 20, would have been around session 20. So I mean, that's already well past, because I mean, you guys got a dabber down at like session 9 or 10. Yeah, session 9 is where you guys got her back. Let me see. Session 8. Cedric, Goblin, Iluna, told her to wait there. Zash gave her the
Iggy,
potion.
by the way.
Zash gave her the potion of Hill Giant Strength, and Adabra forced herself to move. You guys. Vanadar took the dog. Okay, so. Greymane. That's about it. Adabra's Mill. Blah, 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 blah. After about an hour. Yeah. I don't see anything in there about the specifics of what it is. I mean, like I said, I know that I have 3 potions here. So what I'm gonna say is you have where you got the potion of Stone Giant Strength. That I don't truly know.
I found it.
You found it?
I found it. Loot. Ghouls. All 18 of them. 164 GP. 6 stones. 4 potions. Look like higher superior healing level potions. Recognize one as Strength of Stone Giant. 1x brownish silvery. 1x reddish orange yellow.
When was that?
We were with. Well, the ghouls, where were they? The date was session 11, 10
Oh.
20.
Oh, was that
10-4.
Axholm?
Yes.
That's Axholm.
Ah, that's where
Yeah.
you found them. So you have not only what you have there. Damn, good note taken, Stacy. Take a point of inspiration for that. Roll a d6.
Oh my god, I
Um,
found my note.
But okay, yeah. So not only do you have a brownish silver liquid and a reddish orange, and a potion of Stone Giant Strength, you also have a You also have a yellow potion. I'm going to add this on my own, and a red potion. So I'll have to go back. I mean, now that I know where it's located, the fact that it was in Axholm, I should be able to just pull that up and see what they were. But,
Okay.
Yeah, good call there, Stacy.
It just happened to click the right setting. But I'll still roll d6. So I'm not gonna protect it. I don't want to. Oh, 2.
All right, yeah, so go ahead and add 2 to that. Oh,
I really
okay.
need to figure out how to use this. That was a bit of a tangent.
Still, hey, we figured
But I
out.
had the similar question. I was reading through the treasure earlier. I'm like, how accurate is this? It seems a little off. I don't know what these potions are. I thought the same thing.
Oh, that's right. That's what that one is. Okay.
We for next session,
Uh-huh.
are we starting at the meeting then?
We'll probably scoot you guys. We'll probably
Just because I know I'll be working till like 5-ish,
Okay.
5:15-ish. But I didn't know like if they were gonna get things caught up, still do like shopping or whatever, and then get to the
Not
meeting.
talking to Kane,
Castino.
because I thought.
That's the next
Oh
thing.
my god.
Yeah, talking to Castino is the
Were
next
we
thing.
still doing that, or because we took all this time?
Yeah, we'll have to do that. I mean, personally, because I gotta go in a minute.
Yeah, I'll say.
Yeah, I don't have time.
Yeah, I was planning on wrapping it up here. So, like I said, if there's anything else from that list that you guys want to buy, what I will say is just throw it up in the P5 chat, and then if you all agree on it, put a thumbs up, to spend the community funds. So this way we can get, at least a generalized notion of what we're looking at. And
Yeah.
I'm going to list on. I'm just gonna change what the potions are listed as. Or no, sorry, I'm not gonna change them for you guys. But I do now know what you guys have.
Also, Albina's gonna need you guys to sell anything you're not using to get her those boots. As she puts her hand on your shoulder. Where's my blind? Cast my blind. No.
I guess
She wants to cast blindness. She's ready.
I guess here would be my question, just so we can maybe get it out there if you guys want it. Potentially, would you guys want Smith to cast Identify on the potions that you guys don't know what they do, to find out what they do as a ritual?
Ritual, I was gonna say, yeah.
While you guys are, here shopping, this way I can put this information in there for you.
Yeah, I was just
Yeah.
gonna ask the shopkeep.
Perfect.
He would
Oh,
charge
there
you
you
for
go.
Because I've. Oh, well then, yeah, fuck
Wait.
that.
We're gonna blind him, and then we're gonna
What?
then we're gonna let him know if he wants his sight back. As I stuff everything and those
I
boots
mean-
into the bag of holding.
I mean, the
go
fact
ahead.
the fact that Elbros could probably out-wizard all of you, but yeah. So I will copy this into there. But for your all of your information, the brownish silver is a potion of climbing. The reddish orange is a potion of fire breath. The yellow one is a potion of speed, which allows you to cast haste. And the red one is a potion of growth. So growth allows you to cast the enlarge effect on yourself for 1d4 hours. Speed is you get haste for a minute. Potion of climbing. gives you a climbing speed equal to your walking speed for an hour. During this time, you have advantage on athletics checks made to climb. This is the one that the potion is separated into brown, silver, and gray layers resembling bands of stone. Shaking the bottle fails to mix the colors. So that's why I was like, what the fuck is brownish silver? And then, the reddish orange one is a potion of fire breath. Because that one is... where is it? This potion's orange liquid flickers and smoke fills the top of the container and wafts out whenever it's opened. So, I said reddish orange, but I just really meant orange. But that one allows you to drink it, and then you can breathe 4d6 fire damage in a, I think in a cone? Oh no, just at a target. They have to make a DC 13 dex save, so yeah, if you want to spit fire, that's what you got. And then, yeah,
I like it.
Yeah. And then Stone Giant Strength is just that. It's... It gives you a strength score of 23 for an hour. So, yeah, we will. Like I said, we'll pick up next session. If you guys want to buy anything else, throw it up in P5. But we will pick up next session with you guys heading over to talk to Castino. And we'll say that in the interim of everything else, like anything else that you guys wanted to buy could be bought. And that's also going to be the period of time where
I'll be working probably. Where
Smith is able to cast those identify spells. And yes, so
sure.
So yeah, if you're done at 5, we'll start at 4:30, and
okay.
We'll go from there.
Okay, sounds good. No, I just wanted to. I figured out I'd mention, because obviously I mentioned that like 2 weeks, or it will be 2 weeks whenever.
Yeah.
The day comes.
Yep.
Okay.
Coolio.
Remember to update. Yeah.
Anything else? Just put it in the P5. Yeah, because I probably, if I had realized, I probably could have spent time looking at all that instead of spending it to look at everything else here.
Look at it over the week. If there's anything that you guys want to potentially buy, throw it up in there. Tag P5, and then you guys can vote on it. Thumbs up, thumbs down if you want it, or if you think that the community funds are worth it.
Is there any other shop that you want to include the inventory or like the shop list, that way I can look at, or is that potentially the only one?
That's gonna be for Elberos. The other ones, if there's specific items that you want, let me know. It's a lot harder for me to really kind of sit down and see okay, what are we doing as far as common items and stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't know, clothing, things like that. I don't know if there'd be anything that benefits other than
clothing
what was already listed.
Clothing is mostly just going to be aesthetics, unless you were actually getting armor. Now, if you wanted to, going into your character sheet, you could, let me pull it up here.
Yeah, I just didn't know if there was anything I could get that would be more beneficial than what I currently have, other than armor, clothing-ish.
Armor-wise, right now you're already wearing. Why aren't you wearing? No, yeah, you're wearing mithril chainmail. So
yes,
that's probably going to be better than what you can get most anywhere else.
Then. Okay.
Not to interrupt, but I do.
Oh yeah, you're good, man. You're good.
Oh yeah, sorry, JJ.
No problem. Hope you guys have a good Sunday, and I'll talk to you guys when I talk to you.
You too, man. You have a
good
night.
Alright, take it easy.
All right.
Bye.
Good night.
See you, JJ.
Next week.
So, for example, if you look under, if you wanted to look for aesthetic clothing, if you go under equipment, you have common clothes, costume clothes, fine clothes, traveler's clothes, cold weather clothing, stuff like that is all part of adventuring gear that serves different purposes. And that's all if you have a set of fine clothes, you can go to the ball and it doesn't look that crazy. If you have a costume, that's going to be more for entertaining. If you have traveler's clothes, that's going to be more, more for just like walking. Because technically speaking, and I don't really hold you guys to do this, like you guys are technically not supposed to be wearing your armor at all times. Like when you rest, that's one of those times that, like, if you're wearing heavy armor, so Albina, if you're wearing heavy armor, you're not supposed to be sleeping in it. You're supposed to be switching into like traveler's clothes.
Oh, well, that's why I was like, let's get rid of all this other stuff I'm not using. Get rid of those I don't need clothes to sleep.
I mean, to say that you buy a ring, what?
Aren't your clothes under your armor?
Your clothes, not necessarily all of them. Like traveler's
He's going
clothes,
commando.
Traveler's clothes is going to be.
And the armor will pinch you.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that you're not wearing a shirt, but it's like boots, breeches, belt, shirt,
Yes.
Jacket, cloak with a hood. That's all the stuff that comes in traveler's clothes. So you're probably wearing some of that underneath so that it doesn't pinch or so that it doesn't hurt. But that's the idea of, like I said, sleeping wearing armor in D&D is just not something that most DMs.
I was thinking like enchanted kind of stuff. My mind's probably thinking more like Skyrim type of thing. But this ring of disguise, Stonky's ring. Who's Stonky?
What?
Stonky's ring, it says. I mean, that's in the equipment. I was just looking at everything.
Stonky's ring? You can cast
I'm sorry, the name.
I don't know. That's gotta be something that.
Where can I get this Stonky's ring?
I don't know. I don't know what that is.
It says, while wearing this ring, you can cast the telekinesis spell at will, but you can only target objects that aren't being worn or carried.
Right.
Any character who attunes the ring gains control of Stonky's creations through the Skitter widgets. Ignore commands.
No, that makes sense. Stonky's ring is an item from the what in the bloody blazes is it? Smith, what's that one that Altman ran?
I know which one it is. I just can't remember.
Yeah, Candlekeep Mysteries.
Oh.
Yes.
Deconstruction.
Yes.
That's it. That's where Stonky's ring is from. Yes.
I want it.
But yes, a ring of disguise. That is a thing. That is a ring that allows you to cast Alter Self, on yourself. So.
I don't know. I was just looking at things that would be beneficial over as a whole. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Other gear. Yeah, I'll look around here and I'll message you and be like, hey, if there's anything, or keep an eye out. Like if there's a location that you want to throw this in there randomly, so it's not like, oh, give Hannah all these things all at once because she's asking for it. You know what I mean?
Well, like I said, it's one of those things where if it's something like, oh, you just want to buy like a ring, that is non-magical, you can do that. It'd be like maybe 1 gold at most.
I'd like some knives that I can carry as hairpins in my hair.
I mean, if you want that, that's just daggers, and daggers cost 2 gold. And you could go to the blacksmith with Cephtus when he's going to pick up his horse armor, and